had his underwear on night. I'll take your word for it.
Yes, that was Constance Dean talking to police about her deceased husband, Frederick Dean, saying, "I sleep in his underwear. I have his underwear on now. You want to see it?" Constance Dean was married to her husband, Frederick Dean, for 15 years until the day she said he sent her a text message telling her not to come home in Butler, Georgia. Constance said she came home anyway on September 12, 2017, and found Frederick clinging to life on the staircase, taking his last breaths. She called police and immediately said he shot himself. We're going to listen to her 911 call plus 21 audio interviews so you can make up your mind about what actually happened that day. Did Frederick shoot himself 3 or 4 times? Or did this retired kindergarten teacher and crime show fan get sick of Frederick breaking her down mentally, spiritually, and physically, so she put trash bags on her hands to prevent evidence from getting on herself, like a jailhouse snitch claimed Constance told her, before murdering her own husband? A viewer urged me for months and months to look into this case. I paid GBI $179 for these video and audio files you're about to watch and listen to. You'll hear them the way they sent it to me, with a few redactions here and there and frustrating audio that I tried to clean up and voice enhance. Spoiler alert, Constance Dean was found guilty of killing her husband. GBI agents arrested Constance Dean on October 6, 2017, and charged her with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Then years later, a Taylor County jury convicted her in April 2024. But court filings suggest a juror's mind may have been made up, imperiling her trial. Is Constance right where she needs to be, or should she be set free? Comment your thoughts below.
Today is Friday, October 6, 2017. This is going to be a video walkthrough with Constance Dean. We are located at
video walkthrough, just kind of make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's on this. It's kind of standard police procedure on these type of cases. What I'd like to do is start inside the house and up to you leaving. Then when you got home, and then we'll just kind of walk through what you did, and then we'll kind of go from there. You good with that? Start that, and then we will go ahead and do this video walkthrough and go from there.
Do you want to, start from where?
Basically, just when you went to take the food to your sister and your friend, just what Frederick was doing, and then we'll walk outside to, you went to the car, you left, what you did while you were gone, you came back, what you did when you came back, up until 911 got here. So, alright. Okay. Alright, GBI case number 02-0043-01-18. Special Agent Jerry Coleman, along with Crime Scene Specialist, Special Agent Christina Fralett, the videographer, Special Agent Will Montgomery. Also present, it's in Butler, Taylor County, Georgia, with Mrs. Constance Dean. All right, Justine. So if you would just kind of explain to us where Frederick was, what you were doing when you were putting together the food to take out to your friend and your sister.
He was sitting right there on the sofa, and we had watched one video of Perry Mason, and I told him that I was going to take food. So I fixed the plates.
Okay.
And he walked me to the door when I came to the place.
So
There's a table sitting here.
yes, ma'am.
We had a family get together on the last week of July, and I said, there's some old one on the table. We need to get this back in the storage house. So then I went back in the house and I got me a spray. And I sprayed the table down and wiped it off, and he was standing in the door. Then he came outside and he said, I'll get that in there in a few minutes. And then I walked on down the steps and
Now, when you walk down the steps, if you want to step out, you walk down the steps. You have food in some containers.
I have carry-out. I have one big carry-out and one small carry-out.
Okay. And did you take your purse with you?
Yeah, I had my purse and keys and all that.
Okay. And, all right, so you come down the steps, right? Okay. So show me where we go from here.
Come down the steps and
Okay, in the PT cruiser. Okay. So that was the red one with the
It's
yellow
gold.
with the red bumper, right? Where is it at?
my niece has.
Okay, I got you. All right. So when you left, you pulled out. You went to Miss Whiting's house, right? Okay. And where does she live at?
She lives on Whiting Road. Really, almost in walking distance.
Okay. Yeah, I know where that is.
And we were down in her driveway, and she came out, and we laughed and talked for a couple of minutes, and I handed her a plate, and I said, I'm going to hurry so we can, I got to go by Deborah's house, and then I'm going to come back so we can finish watching the Perry Mason videos, and she talks something about that's what Daddy does all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went over to my sister's house, and we talked about school, and so I can't remember everything we talked about.
Okay.
And I gave her dressing, and we were on our way. I was on my way back home, and I pulled in the yard, and my boss said, "Dean," and I looked at the text message, and it was from Monica saying something about we ate it all. We didn't make it to the morning, because it's supposed to be her lunch for the next day.
Okay.
And then I looked at the next text message, and it was from Frederick.
Okay. So did that text message come in after you got the one from Monica, or did it already come in on the phone, or?
It came in, I guess, before this.
Okay.
Because I was talking on the phone to Deborah. I left her house,
Okay.
but I was still I talked to her on the phone all the way to the house.
Did you call her, or did she call you?
I called her, I think.
Okay, when did you call her after leaving her house?
When I got to the stop sign, probably about to turn on this street right here.
Okay, so right there, that's MLK at Railroad Street, right? Okay, so you called her, you come down, and you pull in the driveway, right? Did you sit in the car and call her, or did you pull in the driveway and you got off the phone with Deborah?
We were back in the phone by the time I got to the house.
Okay,
And I pulled right by that basketball goal, and my phone said ding, and I looked at the text message from Monica, and then I looked at that text message from Frederick, and he said,
okay.
"Don't call."
Okay, so then, assuming you get out of the car at that point, right? Did you get your purse? Okay, and then what? Kind of walk you through you coming back up here. Okay, was the door open or closed?
It was closed.
Okay, was it locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, the door's locked, so I'm assuming you took your keys out and unlocked the door, right? Okay, so if we open up this door, you're on the first door. I'm sure how you see all this.
his feet. And when I opened the door, and I was calling his name. And
Okay, show us opening the door and where you went in there.
Then you went first, right? Where did you put your first lock?
Alright, so you see Frederick right here as soon as you walk in the door. Okay. And how is he positioned? Okay.
he has his eyes open.
Okay, so I want you to position me how Frederick was, okay? Okay, so his butt was right here, where his feet down here on the landing, okay? And his head was up here,
Right.
okay? Where were his arms? Like this right here. Okay, so then what did you do?
I was calling his name, and I know I called 911.
Okay, where did you get the phone from?
Oh, on the table over here. I know you got the table. Calling. And then I was calling my sister and talking to them at the same time. I told her to come right away. And I tried to do CPR around him.
Okay, so before you went to do CPR, did you touch his butt? How did you touch his butt?
I was calling his name.
Okay,
He was breathing. I guess he was taking breaths.
Okay, so you didn't like hit him. You gently put your hands on him and were just kind of like trying to rustle him, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, you did hit him, or no, you did not?
I don't think I did.
Okay, all right. So, but you weren't smacking him or anything like that. You just kind of wake up almost, right?
Wake up, and then I started with the compressions on the chest.
Okay, how did you do those?
I had my hand here doing the compressions on his chest.
Okay, all right. And then what happened?
I do remember pulling him down on the floor.
Okay, so you pulled him down.
I did.
The deputies did not.
I did. I pulled him down.
Okay, and how did you do that?
I grabbed his legs and I pulled him down on the floor.
So you grabbed him by his feet, not by his arms or anything like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, did you ever pick up his arms or legs other than pulling his legs?
Not that I remember.
Okay, so you pull him where he ends up on the ground right here, right?
Right. And I was asking them to help me, and then I got on top of him doing the compressions, and my sister got down with blowing in his blood, trying to revive him.
Okay, all right. And then at that point, that's when EMTs get here and they ask for you to step outside with your sister, right? Okay. All right. Christy, what else was there? I'm going to step out on the right.
So at that point, so the chest compressions that you were doing, you just gently put your hands on his chest and you were doing compressions. Were you guys taught that for school? Are you certified?
I'm certified.
Okay, so you did normal chest compressions on him.
I guess I did. I don't know if I was beating him or not. I don't know. All I know is I was trying to save him. I don't remember. I don't remember beating him. I remember saying.
Okay, so no rough movements with his arms or nothing like that. Okay. And he wasn't bleeding from the mouth or anything?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing it. The only blood I remember is coming from here. That's the only blood.
Coming from his chest?
Right.
Okay. And the phone? What did you do with the phone? So you called 911 and then what did you put it down?
I did put it on speaker. She was talking to me.
Is this after you had touched him or before you touched him?
I think after. I don't know. I think.
Okay, so you come inside, you see him, you immediately go for the phone.
Yeah.
Call 911 and then you set the phone down?
Yes, because I was trying to do the compressions.
Okay. And did you notice the weapon when you came in? Or were you not paying any attention to that, right?
I believe I saw it.
Okay, but you said the first time you didn't touch the weapon, you didn't move it, you didn't look at it, nothing.
I think I saw it there. I don't remember if I saw it or not.
Okay. And then how about his phone?
It was right there.
Okay, so did you ever mess with the phone? Did you touch it? You didn't touch it or anything like that? Okay.
Just a few things. Was anyone else other than Frederick injured? Nobody had any cuts on him or anything like that? Okay. Had you been around anybody else earlier in the day that had blood on them?
No.
Okay. And when you came inside, did the door? I know that when the deputies got here, the door was closed. Did you lock the door, or did you leave it unlocked?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. No problem. Anything else that you can think of other than the photos that we need to show Ms. Dean and a few of those follow-up questions that our supervisors want us to go over?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you hadn't been around anybody that was bleeding that day. Nothing like that. And you weren't bleeding yourself, I don't think, right? Okay, just him.
Okay. This investigative act concludes at approximately 11:34 p.m. Today's date is Friday, October 6th, 2017. Okay. We've got a few photos that we need to show you, Ms. Dean, and a few follow-up questions. I got them written down at the sheriff's office. If you wouldn't mind just coming up there to the sheriff's office, we just got a few more questions that we need to ask you, and then hopefully that should be it. We can get this thing closed out, okay? All right, so we're going to go ahead and go up there. So if you would just follow us up there. If you need to get you a bite to eat or something to drink, that's fine. And we'll see you up there in just a minute. Is that okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you there.
Frederick.
Middlefoot 911.
Lord, my husband has shot himself. Go to Georgia, please.
Okay, listen to me.
My name is Constantine. My husband is Frederick Dean. He just shot himself. I just walked in.
Did he purposely shoot himself or was it an accident?
I know. I don't know. I just walked in the house. Please, somebody.
How old is your husband?
Frederick Dean.
How old is he?
He breathing now. He is 40. Oh my God, 51. 51.
So he's still breathing?
51. Frederick, please don't leave me. Frederick, please don't leave me.
Ma'am, listen to me. Where was he shot at?
I don't know. In the chest.
He's shot in the chest?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Is he still breathing?
Deborah Williams has shot himself. Please come.
Listen, ma'am, listen to me. Stay calm, okay? We're getting him on the way.
Okay.
I need to ask you these questions. Where's the gun at?
It's on the floor right beside him.
Okay, could you move it away?
No, I did not. I ain't touched nothing.
I understand that.
Shocked.
Yes, listen to me. Calm down, okay?
I'm trying, ma'am.
I know that.
I was with 911 before, and I'm trying to do my best. Ma'am, I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why he shot himself.
I understand what I was... Okay, he is still breathing at this time?
Yes. Frederick, I don't know if he's his last breath.
Okay, ma'am, do you have anything you could put on it? You got any clean cloth to stop the bleeding?
Ma'am.
Can we do that?
I'm pressing on his chest now.
You said you got your hand on his chest now?
Ma'am. Frederick. Sounds like he's taking his last breath, ma'am.
You think he's taking his last breath?
Not yet. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Do you have any clean cloth?
Ma'am, please don't make me go nowhere. Please.
I know. I understand. What kind of gun is it? Is it a handgun? Is it a shotgun?
I don't know. Please don't make me look at nothing. Please.
Yes, ma'am. I know that this is difficult. I was asking for the officers, okay? They're wanting to know what kind of gun is it. Is it a handgun or is it a long gun?
It's a handgun.
It's a handgun.
the handgun. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have anything within reach that you can put on there to stop the bleeding instead of just your hand? I know, ma'am. I'm trying to help you as best I can, okay?
I know you're trying so hard.
What is your name?
Constance Dean. Constance.
All right, Miss Dean. Calm down, Miss Dean. Give me your phone number just in case we get disconnected. All right. All right, we're getting them en route to you, okay? I need you to stay on the phone with me, and you can make sure he continues to breathe. Miss Dean.
Frederick, why? Please talk to me. Frederick, I don't understand. When I left here, you were doing fine. You were laughing and talking. Now all of a sudden this, I don't understand. I don't know why you would want to leave me. Frederick, please don't leave me. Whatever you do, don't leave me. I love you, Frederick. 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 Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Please, Frederick.
Miss Dean.
I'm listening, ma'am.
Is he still breathing?
Yes, he's still breathing.
Okay, all right.
Shallow.
He's got shallow breathing?
Yes. Yes. Lord, please don't let Frederick leave me. Frederick. I don't understand. I pulled up in the yard, ma'am. There was a text. He said, please don't come home. I'm saying, I know he didn't mean please don't come home.
So he texted you and told you not to come home?
Yes.
Okay, is there anything else that's been going on lately that he might have done this for?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay,
Not
all right.
I know of.
Okay, well, we're getting everyone around as fast as we can, okay?
We talked about we would never leave each other. Never,
Okay.
Frederick. Never, Frederick. You said never, you'd never leave me. You told me you'd never leave me.
Miss Dean, calm down, okay?
I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him.
I know, ma'am, but you're getting aggravated and angry. I can hear it in your voice, okay?
Yes,
Just stay calm.
I got to say something. I'm frustrated. I'm upset. I am very upset. Why not? God, why? I told you we didn't need no gun. Frederick. Frederick. Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
He's not breathing.
He's not breathing? Do you want to perform CPR?
I'm trying.
Do you know how to do CPR?
I need my sister or somebody here with me to help me. Frederick. 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 Jesus. Frederick. I'm still here, ma'am. I'm still here. I got you on the... Ma'am. Frederick.
Miss Dean, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Feels like a dream.
Okay. Are you doing CPR, Miss Dean?
Fine, I need him on the floor. I can't get him down. He's too heavy. I'm pressing him. I'm doing what I can. I need him down on the floor. I can't get him down on the floor.
Okay, ma'am, calm down. Is there anyone else there with you?
Oh, not yet. I'm calling my sister. Get on the floor so I can do CPR or something, please.
Miss Dean, they're coming as fast as they can, Miss Dean.
Give me. Come on. Let's take it. Leave it right there. Good. Come on, help me. Do some CPR, please help me. Do some CPR.
Ma'am, did you get him down?
Y'all know CPR? Let's sit down. Y'all know CPR? Yes, hang on one second. Yeah.
Miss Dean, who's there with you?
There's nothing on in here. Channel 6. We'll say nothing on in here. I know we gone. I know we gone. Yeah. I don't know what. Y'all just waiting for the next people. Okay. We got no problem over here. Come to I love you. Please don't come home. Come on, look at this going, please. Oh, please. Wisconsin, you'll come over for that. You'll go up to that, you'll come.
Today's date is Friday, October 6, 2017. The time is approximately 11:41 p.m. Special Agents Jared Coleman and Christina Fralick are located at the Taylor County Sheriff's Office.
AM.
Correction, AM. Pursuant to conducting an interview with Miss Constance Dean at the Taylor County Sheriff's Office.
It's on your notebook too.
Anytime somebody gets spoken to at the sheriff's office, they have to be informed of their rights, okay? So we're going to go over those with you and just make sure that you understand them, okay? You have never been in any trouble before, have you?
No.
Okay, so this is something that's completely foreign to you. That's a good thing. How old are you, Miss Dean?
54.
Okay. How far did you go in school, man? You got your specialist, don't you? So what is that, 18 years? Let's see, bachelor's would be 13, 14, 15, 16. Master's, 17, 18. So specialist is another year, isn't it? It's 19. It's a lot of time to be in school. Okay. Alright. So what I've got is this information that's filled out up top. It just says where today's date and time and where we are. Your name is Constantine, that you're 54 years old. Got your address here that you completed 19 years in school. And my name is Jared Coleman. I'm a special agent with the GBI, okay? It's just noting that I'm the one that read it to you. These are your rights. I have the right to remain silent. Anything I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while I'm being questioned. If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any question if I wish. I can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statement. I understand my rights. Having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to a law enforcement officer. I've not been threatened, not been promised anything. I have not been forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements, okay? You understand those rights? Okay. Like I said, since we're here, I have to read it to you, okay? So if you understand this and you're willing to talk to me, I just need you to sign right there where it says name. I'm going to sign here. Agent Felix will sign right there where it says witness. So, the investigation at this point.
Questions. I mean, I was like, did somebody kill him? Because you asked, was there any way anybody could get in the house? It's just so many things that been going through my head. As to, I really.
Nobody that would want to hurt him, right?
Well, did I know because everybody said he loved him. He didn't really need to be able to backwards for anybody trying to think about it.
Okay. So you know what the purpose of over here today is for? So we are here to close out the case and finish things up, okay? There's some information that I need to give to you. As you know, an autopsy was completed. And this is the autopsy report right here, okay? I know the word that's going around right now is that this was a suicide, and that's your understanding, correct?
But I assumed, I don't know, when I didn't know, I just assumed it because I don't know.
Okay, so that's not the case. The medical examiner has ruled that Frederick's death is not a homicide,
But in fact, that it was, she's not suicide, but it was in fact a homicide. Okay, Frederick was murdered. Okay? So that's what we're looking into. We're investigating this as a murder investigation. Okay?
I don't know who would want to.
So there's a few things I need to discuss with you about that. Okay? Obviously, you can imagine right now we've got some questions that we can answer. And so we're going to go over those. Okay? So all that for you to understand, and you know that Frederick died at your house on September the 12th, right? Okay? If you killed him, our investigation will clearly show that. On the same token, if you had nothing to do with it, our investigation will show that as well. Okay? Now before we go any further, let me say this. If you had something to do with Frederick's death, you need to tell me right now.
No.
Do you know who killed Frederick?
No.
Who do you suspect may have killed Frederick? Now let me explain to you that a suspicion may just be a gut feeling on your part, and it may be completely wrong. I found in situations like this, almost everyone will have some type of thoughts about other people. Is there anyone that you know of who may have had any reason to hurt Frederick, or who may have hurt him based on any type of gut feeling? And whoever you tell me, I'm not going to go back and tell them that you told me that. Who do you suspect may have done this?
In all honesty, I have no idea. It's a hard look at when people came to our home. Would it be like family members or strangers? As far as who, I believe I don't have any memory.
The people that you know that associate with Frederick, is there anyone that you are certain did not kill him? Someone that you can vouch for as far as their innocence is concerned?
Did I know Whitney? Darrell. His name is Morris Peoples. They did everything together.
Now, is Morris Peoples, does he live out there? Okay. So he would not have.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else you know for a fact would not have?
I don't believe they were brothers or sisters.
Okay.
They don't live here and there. But you're talking about in Butler?
Yeah, well, you know, people can get in a car and travel anywhere, so anyone that you know would not have killed Frederick.
I hear what you're asking, but I don't know how to answer. I mean, look at the list of people. I know Deacon Cox wouldn't have. I know Deacon McCreary wouldn't have. I know, these are people that he's around all the time.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you think that someone purposely killed Frederick, or do you think that it was
I couldn't get my head around anybody killing him.
So you think it may have been an accident?
I won't say this, and you can't find.
Just understand that there's no judgment here. These are just, we're having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think that it could have been an accident, you need to tell me that. Do you think that it could have been an accident, or do you think that somebody purposely killed him?
I don't know him having enemies. That's I don't know. I don't make that judgment. I don't know what people that did it. But I can't say somebody did it on purpose or didn't do it. But I can't believe anybody would kill him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Who would have had the best opportunity to kill Frederick if they wanted to? I'm not saying this person did it, but who would have had the best chance to if given the opportunity?
Try to come up with answers, but I don't know. I don't.
How do you feel about being interviewed right now about yourself?
The idea of somebody killing him has really rocked my world. It's just really, I mean, I cannot see anybody killing my husband. You could ask me if I didn't take care about him. The people that knew him, how friendly he was always helping people. He would give his last for people. So for somebody to kill him, all they had to do was just ask if they needed or wanted something for him. He would try to get it for them.
Have you ever just even thought about hurting Frederick?
I don't know. I would never do anything wrong. Frederick was my world. You know, it took me 39 years to get married. It took me that long to find him.
How long were you married?
15 years.
Okay. Constance, why do you think someone would have killed Frederick?
Well, I think there are a lot of people think they ought to get some money.
No other reason?
Not doing my fault.
What do you think should happen to the person that killed Frederick?
They should face the maximum of whatever they can get for what happened.
I want to ask you this. Do you think under any circumstances that the person who killed Frederick should be given a second chance? Under any circumstances whatsoever?
No. They didn't give him a second chance.
Tell me why you would not do something like this.
Killing Frederick. I could not kill him. People, I wish I could explain it maybe that I loved him. It was my anger. That I believe it was him who went and did everything together. I was his shadow. He was my shadow. I can't, I love you all. My world is just turned upside down without him. I sleep in his underwear. I have his underwear on now. I spray his cologne on my shirt. When I go to bed at night, I spray it on the pillow so I can smell it. They gave us a blanket at his funeral and I sleep it down on my bed. I haven't changed the sheets on my bed since he passed away. I'm still sleeping in the same sheets.
Constance, once we complete our investigation into this, what do you think the results will be with respect to your involvement in Frederick's death?
I have his underwear all night. We'll see if
I'll take your word for it.
I'm serious. My life is just, I can't sleep, I can't breathe, I can't.
Did you tell anybody about your interview today?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Constance, we need to step out on respect. I'll be right back.
You want to go first?
Earlier, there's some things that I want to show you with respect to photographs and stuff. We've been working this case since the day it happened, since September 12th. She has been processing this crime scene out there for a long time. She's taken it to special experts. There's all kinds of people who have looked at this, and we've kind of all come to the same conclusion on it with regards to the evidence. Okay, we know what happened based on the crime scene there. Okay, and we need to discuss that. Okay, there's some very specific items of evidence that point to one particular person. Okay, so we need to go over that. The first thing I want to go over with you is this right here. This is a crime lab report. Now, the night that we were out there, we took swabbings from your hands. It's called a GSR kit. It's a gunshot residue. You didn't touch the gun. You didn't move the gun. You've never fired the gun. You hadn't been around any gun firing. your hands came back positive for gunshot residue. There's only one way to get that, from firing a gun, okay? So those are positive from your hands. Piece of evidence number one. Piece of evidence number two. This is your shirt from that night. Now these blood stains that you see up here are transfer stains. Those are made from taking your hand and wiping it across something. However, there's another type of blood stain on here. You can kind of see them right in here. They're called sub-millimeter stains. There's only one thing that causes those. It's called impact spatter. Now, Frederick was shot through his right arm. There's only one way for that type of impact spatter to end up on your shirt. You were there when he was shot.
Oh my God.
Here is a close-up of that impact spatter. You can see how it's perfectly round like that. Here's another one. These are all taken from your shirt.
Can we stop the interview?
You want to stop?
I want to know how gun residue got in my hand.
Well, I think we know how.
No, sir.
We're not here to discuss who did this. We know based on the evidence.
No, can I ask? I did not, in no way, kill my husband. I know I did not.
Well, that's not what the evidence tells us. Constance, the reason
is there any other way that gun residue could have gotten in my hand? I did not fire that gun. I don't shoot guns. I've never held a gun. And I don't know how that got in my hand. I did not shoot my husband.
Do you want us to continue to explain the case to you, or do you just want to see that later? Because there's more evidence.
I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to get a lawyer or something because
I'll tell you what. We will terminate this interview. We will not discuss any more of the evidence against you because it is substantial. We have a search warrant to take your DNA and your fingerprints, which we're going to do today. And while this is being carried out, I'm going to meet with the magistrate judge to apply for malice murder warrants on you.
Okay, do I have time to get
We're not talking, we're not discussing the case anymore. You want a lawyer? I'm going to make sure that you get a lawyer. What's that?
Am I going to arrest today?
Applying for an arrest warrant on you, yes, ma'am. For me, please. Brad, escort her over to the jail. We can go ahead and execute the search warrant. This investigative act closed at approximately 12:11 p.m. Today's date is Tuesday, September 12, 2017. Time is approximately 10:30 p.m. Special Agent Jared Coleman, located at Taylor County, Georgia, pursuant to conducting an interview with Miss Constance Dean. Alright, Miss Dean, your legal first name is Constance, right?
Right.
Okay. What's your middle name?
Virginia.
What's your date of birth? And the phone number? Do you also have a home number? Alright, what's that? Okay. Alright, so obviously I've got some questions to ask you. Some of the questions are not going to be easy questions for you to answer, but obviously we've got to ask them, okay? So before all this happened, I know that you went over to your sister's to take her some turkey dressing. Were you here with your husband making that? Okay, around what time was that?
I put a roast on about 12, and I made dressing maybe about 2. I put the dressing on.
Okay. And what time did that finish cooking?
I don't know, about 3:30, I guess.
Okay.
Then we sat down and we ate and we watched Matlock, because I DVR'd Matlock. We watched, because we've been watching Matlock on and off all day, because it's one of our favorites.
Okay. And that was what, a 30-minute?
Matlock, I'm sorry, Perry Mason.
Okay. It's easy to get those two confused. Those are 30-minute episodes, aren't they?
Hour.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking at about 4:30 now after that? Okay. And then what'd you do?
We sat around for a while talking, and then I text Monica, I guess about 6 o'clock, I guess. Told her, I'm on my way with your plate. And I text Deborah, I'm on my way with I'm bringing you some dressing.
Okay. Who's Monica?
Monica Whitting. Just a family friend.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you went to Monica's first? Okay. And then you went to see your sister? Okay. And that's Miss Williams, right?
Right.
Okay. Alright, and then what happened?
I think I stayed there about 30 minutes. I don't know. I'm not positive. I believe it was about 30 minutes. And then she talked me all the way down. We talked all the way till we got to my driveway. And then I told her I could.
Over the cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Against the law. But I told her I'd call her back. And then when I hung up, the text message said, ding. Or made a noise. And I pulled on in and I read my text that he sent.
Okay, what did that say?
I know he said, hello Constance, I love you. I don't know everything he said, but it's in my phone. And I know he said if I've ever done anything to hurt you, I'm asking for forgiveness. And he said, don't come home now.
This is why you're at the top of the driveway?
I was sitting right there.
Okay.
I said, what is he talking? I said to myself, what is he talking about? So when I opened the door, I saw his feet on the steps and the gun on the floor. And I saw the blood, and he was breathing, some shallow breathing. And I was calling his name, and then I called 911, and when I was talking to 911, I was calling Deborah and telling her to get here now. And I was trying to hold the blood. She was asking me, this lady asked me, could I stop the bleeding and to run and get something. And I told her I couldn't go get nothing. But I was holding his chest trying to stop the bleeding.
Okay. Which phone did you call 911 with?
On my house phone.
Okay, and which one did you call Deborah
on? My cell phone.
Okay, so you kind of had two open lines at the same time?
Yeah, but she on speed.
Okay. So when you're holding his chest, how are you doing that?
With my hands pressed on his chest like this.
Are your arms locked out?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when his breathing got much more shallow, I started trying to do CPR. And then I pulled him off the steps and down on the floor.
So when you did CPR, how did you do that?
I was giving them, I'm CPR certified. I mean, I did the pumps, and then I held his nose and blowed into his mouth, and then I went back pumping, and then I asked them when they got there to help me, and Deborah got down trying to help me.
Okay. So when you were doing CPR, did you put your hands on his chest and push down, or were you hitting his chest like
I was
that?
pushing down like this.
Okay. When you were pushing down on him, did any blood come up and splash on you, or it was all in the...
I don't know.
Okay. Was there any blood coming out of his mouth?
No. Is some blood coming out of his mouth now?
I don't know. That's just one of the questions that we ask. Okay, so when you moved him, he was laying on the stairs?
Laying on the stairs.
With his head up towards the top?
Toward the top.
Okay, and his feet towards the door?
Right.
Okay. Now when you moved him, how did you do that?
I just pulled him by his legs to the floor.
Okay. Now when you got here, did you hear any gunshots?
No.
Okay. Okay. So when you're sitting here trying to do CPR, what happened at that point?
Nothing. His eyes were rolling back. I knew, but I just didn't want to stop.
Okay. And then at that point, that's when your sister showed up along with the deputies?
She was in here, and I was telling her, help me do CPR.
Okay.
And she got down and tried to help me.
Okay. Did you ever see a handgun or a shotgun or anything like that?
I saw it on the floor.
Okay.
Have I seen it before?
No, I mean, was there a weapon around his body?
Yes.
Okay. What was that weapon?
A pistol he carries all the time.
Okay. Do you know what type of pistol it is?
No.
Okay.
I've never held it. He always carried it with him.
Okay, so you've never handled it?
Never handled it. I don't like guns. I didn't want him to have a gun.
How long has he had the gun?
4 or 5 years, I don't know.
Okay. Does he have any other guns?
I couldn't tell you. It might be guns in the truck. I don't know.
Okay. But he always carried it with him?
He always carried that one with him.
Why is that?
I don't know. In the last year, he started carrying it.
Okay.
If we went to restaurants and stuff, he wouldn't take it in.
Okay. Not that this matters, but does he have a carry permit?
Yes.
Okay. Now you told me earlier that he's a retired corrections officer, right?
Right.
Okay.
He retired in 2008 on disability. How many years was he a CO? 17 and a half, I believe that's right.
Okay. Why did he retire on disability?
His blood pressure was out of control. And he had congestive heart failure a couple of times.
All of those were being treated, correct?
Right.
He also had type 2 diabetes?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever talk about his medical problems with you?
We talked about that all the time. That was our main topic a lot of times.
And what did he say about that?
Oh, he was happy with the way things had turned out. Like I said, his blood pressure had just not gotten where it was under control.
Okay. He's a religious man, right?
Very religious.
Okay. Did he ever talk about suicide?
The only time we talked about it if we saw it on TV. And he talked about what it would happen to a family and how I could do. That's the only time we ever talked about suicide.
Okay. So he's never made any type of suicidal statements to you?
Because he always told me he'd never leave me.
Okay. Now these next couple of questions I have to ask, but did Mr. Dean have any type of enemies?
None that I know of.
Okay. How are y'all's finances?
We're fine. We're doing well.
Okay. Not behind on any bills or anything like that?
No. He has a good credit rating.
Again, I hate to have to ask this, but I just have to. Does he have a life insurance policy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that through?
Hartford.
Okay.
With all of his illness, I mean, he couldn't get a big policy if he tried.
Okay. Do you know what the policy was for?
I think $50,000.
That's barely enough to even really pay for a funeral these days.
If they pay.
Yeah.
I mean, he committed suicide. Some people don't pay.
Okay. Do you know if he was involved in any type of drug activity, buying or selling drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he was involved in any type of extramarital sexual activity?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. So I guess the big question is, at this point, why did this happen? Why did he do this?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I did not see this coming. I mean, usually we talk, I can tell when he's upset about something. But the way he was laughing and talking today, I mean, we do the same thing we always do. Sit on the recliner, hold hands, laugh and talk. He sit by the window, looking out the window. That's the same thing we do when we did yesterday when the storm was on.
Mm-hmm.
We played Jim Normie till we couldn't see anymore. So I wish I knew. I don't have any clue.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that knew him knew he was always happy. I guess, I mean, I don't know if he was unhappy. He never expressed that to me.
Has he been treated for any type of mental health issues?
No.
Has he ever made any statements to you here recently about wanting to go home to Jesus or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
We haven't talked about dying. We didn't talk about dying.
But his health problems were under control. The heart failure and the BP and how was his diabetes? I know
Under control. He was under control with the medicine. We didn't have too many problems with that. Every now and then it'd flare up. If he ate some ice cream every now and then, he'll say it's worth it. I wish I had an answer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I let me keep asking why, because I don't have an answer for that. I don't.
And I'm not making this accusation, but I just have to ask the question, but did you shoot Mr. Dean?
No.
Okay, do you know who did, if someone did other than himself?
He's the only one that was in the house. The door was locked. I don't know who else could have come in and done it.
Okay, so when you got here, the door was locked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The front door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the text he sent me made me believe that he did it.
Okay. Was there anything messed up in the house? Like there was a home invasion or anything like that?
I don't know.
Okay. So basically you dealt with that as soon as you walked in. You didn't really have a chance to look around in the house or nothing, right? Okay. Is there any reason why the gunshot residue kit that they took, why that would come up positive?
For me?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. So
I don't like guns. I don't touch them.
You didn't go out hunting or shooting or anything like that today? Or?
Never hunt, never any of that.
Okay. Is there any reason why your DNA would be on the gun?
No, I didn't bleed.
Okay.
No, that was his blood.
Alright, and you had never handled it and all that before, right?
No.
Okay. Did he confide in anybody else other than you?
He might would talk to Darrell, but Darrell said he don't know. He don't know.
Is Darrell your pastor?
No, Darrell is his. They have been like this ever since I don't know when.
Okay.
And when Darrell pulled up, he talking about why. I told him I don't know. And he said he could have called me.
Okay. Can you think of, I mean, obviously y'all are married, so you're going to know him better than anybody else out here. Can you think of any reason why he would do this?
Honest, I can't. I don't know. I've been puzzling in my mind for the longest. I don't know. I wish I had. I think I would feel better if I had an answer as to why. But I don't have an answer.
Do you think anybody hurt him?
No.
Would anybody have any reason to hurt him?
Not that I know of. He was depressed. I don't know anything about it.
So,
we had planned, we were doing 2 cruises this summer because this is my last year of teaching. I was retiring, and we've been paying on these cruises. So we had, at least the next summer, I already had that planned out. Big retirement party.
Was he looking forward to that?
Yes, so we could travel. That's what he told me.
Was his phone password protected?
No.
Okay. Do y'all have a computer in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Laptop or desktop?
Both.
Both. Okay.
He didn't use it.
He didn't? Okay, they were pretty much yours?
That was his laptop, but he didn't hardly use it because he didn't really know how.
I gotcha.
He wanted it, so I bought it for him for his birthday.
Okay. So he talked to the pastor earlier today, right?
Mm-hmm. That's our friend.
Okay. Did he talk to him while you were cooking or after you cooked? Or?
I don't know when he talked to him. They talk all the time, so I don't know.
Okay.
Stanley and I talked every day, 2 or 3 times a day, and he and Frederick would talk just about every day.
Okay.
I mean, you said the pastor, Reverend Kimball.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about every day.
Okay.
Because we grew up together, and Stan and Frederick became his friend, just like Stanley's been my friend since we've been in school, since high school.
Okay. And y'all didn't have any type of marital problems or anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We didn't fuss, because he didn't fuss. He didn't believe in fussing. He said, you fuss by yourself.
Sounds like me and my wife. She gets so mad because I won't argue with her. Okay. Well, Miss Dean, is there anything else that I didn't ask you that you think that I need to know of that can help me in this investigation?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, if something comes up that you think of that you think that I need to know, make sure that you let me know. Let me give you my card. There's my card, ma'am.
When is you know when the appointment is for the body?
No, the coroner is waiting for the medical examiner's office to call him back. Unfortunately, the ME's office up in Decatur right now is running on generators. They don't have any power up there from the storm. And as soon as they get a more clear idea of when they're going to be able to do that, they're going to contact him, and he's going to contact me. And
Will they have to cut his body all up like they usually do? I've worked at funeral homes all my life.
yes, ma'am. I don't know. That's a decision that's made by the ME at the time when they're doing the examination. They may do what's called a limited autopsy. They may do a full one, but that's not a decision that I make, or all I get is the autopsy report. What they do is up to them as the medical examiners.
I've seen some bodies come back. I mean, my father had a funeral home. I worked in the funeral home. He worked at the funeral home. My husband worked at the funeral home. Right now, worked at the funeral home.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't think of anything right now. I mean, I know people say you so calm. I'm not calm.
You seem like somebody in shock right now.
I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I did all my screaming at the 911 operator. I know she was doing what she was supposed to, but I was not nice.
Well, given the circumstances, I think that's okay.
Anything else? So you need Stanley Kimball?
Is that the pastor? Yes, ma'am. I'll need to talk to the pastor. But if anything else comes up, you let me know, okay, ma'am? Thank you for talking to me.
You want me to send him?
Yeah, if you don't mind, ma'am. I appreciate you. This interview concludes at approximately 11:01 p.m. Today's date is Tuesday, September 12th, 2017. The time is approximately 9:45 p.m. Special Agent Jared Coleman conducting an interview with Miss Deborah Williams. Alright, Miss Williams, so kind of tell me about how you got involved in this.
Well, Miss Dean had brought some turkey dressing over to my house, and we talked for a while, and then she was gone maybe 5 minutes at the most, because I only live about a mile and a half from here.
About what time was this at? She came by.
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. Was it in the afternoon?
No, yeah,
Okay.
it had to be. I don't know, because I was on the computer and I was not watching TV, but after 5-ish, I'm thinking. I'm not sure though.
And that was today, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So then I answered the phone, and she was screaming on the phone, Deborah Frederick shot himself, get here now. So I came, and I ran in the house. A couple of deputies that got in here. I ran in the house, and she was doing chest compression, and she was saying, help me, somebody help me. Deborah, we had taken a part of a CPR class, and so I started doing the breathing part, and she was doing the chest compressions.
Okay. Now, when you got here, were the deputies already here?
We got here at the same time.
Okay.
They were ahead of me, but we went in the house at the same time.
Okay. Now, where was Mr. Dean's body at that point when you got here?
He was laying right at the bottom of the steps.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then Kane Cobb came over and then he said, I'm not getting a pulse.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that EMS showed up at that point and checked him.
Mr. Cobb, constantly getting a little hysterical. She kept saying, "You promise you'd never leave me. You promise you'd never leave me." And so Kane asked me to walk her outside.
Okay. Okay. And then from that point on, I'm assuming they put the tape up and all that. Okay. What is your relationship to Miss Dean?
She's my sister.
Sister. Okay. Okay. So other than the EMTs and the deputies, you and Miss Dean were the only ones that were inside the house, right?
Right.
No other family members, no other friends or anything like that went inside?
No.
Okay. What was your knowledge of Mr. Dean's circumstances? I mean, was he suicidal?
I know he had a lot of health problems.
Okay.
He was diabetic. He had heart disease. I never thought of him as suicidal, but I know he had quite a few health problems.
Okay. Had he ever made any type of suicidal statements?
None in my presence.
Okay. How about the gun? Did he already own this gun? Did he recently purchase it?
He had a gun that he had the gun with him all the time.
Okay. And why did he always have one with him?
I have no idea.
Okay. What type of gun was it?
I have no, because I'm afraid of guns. I don't know.
Okay. Did Mr. and Miss Dean have any type of marital problems?
No.
Okay.
No. In fact, we used to always tease them because they always referred to each other as either my wife or my husband. So we always did that draw, here come your husband.
Okay. So other than diabetes and heart disease, what other health problems did he have?
Those are the only ones I know. He spent quite a bit of time in and out of the hospital with his health problems.
Where would he go to the hospital at?
Macon.
Okay.
He's been at Peach County, I want to say, a couple of times. I can't ever remember him going to Houston County, but I know those two places.
Do you know how advanced his heart disease was?
I don't know. I know he saw a lot of specialists, cardiologists, but it's a kidney person, nephrologist. He had a person for his diabetes. He had a general doctor.
Okay. Now, this next question I only ask you because I have to. Is there any thought in your mind that Miss Dean would have done this to Mr. Dean?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Never. Okay. She loved him, and he loved her.
Okay.
And he loved his dogs.
Okay. And again, I'm not trying to make any type of insinuation, but I have to ask that question.
I understand it. But no, she would have never.
Did they have any type of financial problems?
No, they were good financially. It was just they didn't have any children. He has a son he raised, but he's grown now. But they didn't have any children. They didn't have any financial problems.
Did he? I hate to ask this question, but did he have any type of extramarital relationships that you're aware of?
None that I'm aware of. No, you never want to say never, but just no, I've never heard of any.
Do you know if he ever bought or sold any type of drugs?
As an adult?
Yes, ma'am.
Not since I've been known.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking these is these are your typical questions that you ask when you're trying to figure out if somebody would have a reason to hurt him.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of honest.
Okay. When was the last time that you saw Mr. Dean?
What is today?
Today's the 12th.
Today is Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah.
It would have been the first Sunday. In fact, we went out and celebrated a friend's birthday. After church, we all went out and had.
When Miss Dean brought over the turkey dressing, what was her demeanor like?
Happy. We were talking about the fact that tomorrow the teachers have to go back, but the kids are not going to be there, and that they're going to give her, because she teaches kindergarten, it's going to give her time to get all her Saxon phonic files together, and that's what we were talking about, school-related stuff.
Okay. Where's she a teacher at?
She teaches at the primary school.
Okay.
And I teach at the middle school.
Really? My wife's a middle school teacher.
Oh, bless her.
Okay. Is there anything that I didn't ask you about that you think that I need to be made aware of?
No, just that I know this is your job, and I'll try to put it, but no, they were as happy as a couple could be. You know, I know every couple has problems, so they go without saying. But I'm shocked, and I don't know what to say, because I just didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. I know she didn't see it coming. She called me in a panic because we tease her about being bossy. So she said, "Get here now." And so I just jumped up and came, because I could hear that panic, and because she's a kind of calming person, and I heard that panic in her voice. So that told me it was something really, really, really going on.
All right. Interview concludes at approximately 9:55 p.m. Today's date is Friday, October 6, 2017. The time is approximately 2:58 p.m. Special Agents Jared Coleman and Christina Freilich are located at the Taylor County Sheriff's Office pursuant to conducting an interview with Miss Deborah Williams. Did you have a chance to meet Agent Freilich out there? She's the one that did all the crime scene process and all that stuff. If you just come on in here, man. Just give us a little bit of privacy. Hey, you get comfortable, chair. We're going to get that comfortable. Obviously, we're still finishing this case up and everything. We did a walkthrough with Constance earlier and ironed out a few things. We need to kind of talk about some of the details on your side of things. When Constance brought you something to eat that day, did she bring something to you once or twice?
Okay, I don't know. Do I need a lawyer?
Why would you need a lawyer?
I don't know. You can bring me in for questioning, I just say.
Oh, we weren't bringing you in. The sheriff just said that you were coming up here to talk to us. We were willing to go to you. Do you not want to help us get all the details on the case?
I will be willing to, but I just think I would feel more comfortable if I had a lawyer.
Okay. Alright, well, you're not being investigated for anything, but you're more than welcome to go out and hire an attorney for whatever reason.
Okay.
Here. You weren't being held, but I guess you're free to go.
Thank you.
If you didn't want to call me, you might have to call me. This investigative act concludes at approximately 3:04 p.m. Today's date is Wednesday, September 13th, 2017. The time is approximately 12:28 a.m. Special Agent Jared Coleman, located at Georgia, pursuant to conducting an interview with emergency medical technicians who responded to the scene. Alright, so just a couple of questions. Who responded first to the scene as far as EMTs is concerned?
That would be me.
Okay.
David.
Alright. And who was there second?
Me, Mary Hannah.
And then Johnny, you returned?
Yes, sir. I walked in the door third.
Okay. Do any of y'all ride together or y'all came all separate?
We was together.
Okay. And y'all were in the bus?
Yes.
I was reason for they're taking call. I'm intermediate and basic. I'm a paramedic.
Okay, gotcha.
I was basically coming to assist them.
Okay. So how did y'all end up here?
We were dispatched to 911 to a male subject at this address. Gunshot wound to the chest. I think I come out there.
Committed suicide. Suicide.
Okay, so it came across as a suicide?
Yes. That's why I come in the suicide GSW.
Okay. So when y'all show up, how is his body positioned?
Just like it is now.
Okay.
I did not move it.
Who was here before y'all got here?
Officer Harris. Officer Johnson, Buck PD.
Okay.
I seen Officer Smith.
Okay.
Miss Constantine was in the living room with her sister. I think it's her sister, Deborah Williams. That's who I remember seeing in the house while I was in there.
Was Kane here yet?
He cleared radio. He cleared scene. It's possible. I don't remember.
Okay. You just don't recall seeing him?
No.
Okay. Alright. So, what was Miss Dean doing when y'all got here?
Her and her sister were in the living room. Just, her sister was trying to condole her.
Okay.
I asked, and it might have been Kane. I asked one of the deputies if they would kind of get them out of the house.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one it was.
Alright. Then what y'all do?
Of course, when I first went in the door, I checked for a pulse.
How'd you check for the pulse?
Karate pulse, right side. Okay. No pulse was noted. No spontaneous respiration was noted. Come back out and go and bring the cardiac monitor in.
Okay.
Placed him on cardiac monitor. Showed systole in all 3 leads. I lifted his shirt up to see if I could verify the entry wound, and I could not do it without moving, contaminate the evidence. So I left it in place. We removed the monitor and left everything intact, as it was when we left out of there.
Okay. So he's got some type of yellow substance on him. Do you know what that is?
No, we did not do anything. Mary noted that one time when we was in there what it was. I didn't realize at that time that it looked like betadine or something like that. It didn't really catch my eye, but we did not put anything other than the cardiac monitor on.
I think the pads are still on it.
Mary come out once he was systole in all leads, come out and cancel because we had life flight on or getting him in the air. She come out and canceled him and called the deputy coroner. Once the deputy coroner got here, we went back in, showed him what we had.
Okay.
The shirt was raised again at that time.
Who raised it?
Deputy coroner did.
Okay.
That's when we noted the other 2, what appeared to be gunshot wounds in the right side.
Okay. So you observed 2 GSWs to the right.
Right chest area. I mean, just below the breast area.
Okay.
Initially, all we noted was the one to the left chest,
Okay.
in the area of the heart. We never noticed that at that point in time.
Okay.
The ones to the right side.
So y'all noted a total of 3 GSWs, 2 to the right upper chest and 1 to the left upper chest.
They're right. Yeah. Heart area and then these 2. Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me.
Okay.
We also noted during all this, I think it's the second step. If you're going up the steps, it's the second step on the left-hand side in the corner. That there's one, I'm calling it what appears to be the slug or the bullet. That's the only thing that we noted that was out of the norm. And his phone is also appears to be his phone at the bottom of the steps on the left side. Pupils were fixed and dilated also when we put him on the monitor, so we felt that we did not have anything that was life sustainable. And
Obvious fatality at that point, correct? Alright, is there anything else that I need to be aware of?
I did note, when I first come in, I did note that there's some kind of handgun, revolver handgun up under his under his left side, in the flank area, above his waist. It was left in place. I assume it's still there. Once we realized we didn't have anything to work with, if we would have had to move him, I would have got a deputy to clear it before I moved him, but
Alright. Anything else? This interview concludes at approximately 12:35 a.m.
Today's date is Wednesday, November 29th. It's approximately 10:22 a.m. Special Agent Wilma from Long and Taylor County Sheriff's Office investigators Wallach and Chris Smith are located.
Rehearsal movement.
adjusting this morning breakfast. Mm-hmm. That's his truck out there. Get that door with you, Chrissy.
You hear anything?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little room, so wheelchair access ramp in here. Let me try this door.
Use this one, maybe.
Okay. You want me to go to the other door? Okay, we'll go right over here.
Yeah.
Right back.
With it, do it.
All right.
Hoping to talk to Monica, sir.
Monica?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let me keep it right back.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Door.
Hi, are you Monica?
Yes.
Alright, I'm Special Agent Montgomery.
Okay.
This is Chief Investigator Wally Carter.
Yeah, I know why.
And Chris Smith just stepped outside for a second. And the reason we're here to talk to you today, not in any kind of trouble, we're looking into the death of Mr. Frederick Dean and in September, and we were just hoping to ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
Alright, and do you know Constance Dean?
Yes.
And how do you know Constance?
Been knowing her since birth, and her and Dean was also my son's godparent.
Okay. Alright, and September the 12th, this was what, the day after the hurricane came through?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that day?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and now did you see Constance or Frederick on that day?
I saw Constance.
You saw Constance? Okay. And about what time did you see Constance?
She did. What day was that?
It would have been September the 12th.
I think that's right.
It was a Tuesday.
She came here. It was 6:41. She told me to send my son outside. She had fixed my plate, but I went out there instead.
No, you saw her?
Yes.
Okay. And was she still in her vehicle?
Yeah, she didn't get out.
Okay, what vehicle was she driving?
I'm trying to think when she in her truck. I think she was in her Kia. She was in her Kia.
You think she was in her Kia?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, she had to be in the Kia.
Okay. And do you happen to remember what she was wearing at the time?
And I wasn't really paying attention. She told me to come outside.
Okay.
I said, her lights yesterday came on. And when they got the plate, we was talking, and I came on back in the house. I really can't remember what she had on.
Okay. Was she acting different?
No.
Okay. So she was acting the same as she normally was?
Mm-hmm.
You said you talked for a minute?
Yeah.
What did y'all talk about?
About the food. She brought me a plate. You know, she was saying, she hope I enjoyed the plate and stuff. And so I was coming back in the house. I said, a nightclub. And I came back in the house and ate the plate, shared with my dad. And started washing the dishes. And it went from there when I got a phone call saying that the police was down there. Not from her, from one of my friends.
Okay. And about what time did that phone call come in?
Ooh, about from one of my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
But it was later in the evening.
Yeah, this was in the evening time. Well, I haven't talked to her. I talk to Constance every day, mostly. I talked to her prep all that day.
Okay, and what did y'all talk about that day?
The lights went out. Cooking. She was talking about she was going to cook. When the lights came back on, she asked me, did I want to play? And I told her, yeah, she told me she was going to cook.
Okay,
I
and...
told her to think about it when she finished cooking, and that's when she texted me and told me.
Okay, now, Constance got power back before you did?
We got back around the same time.
Okay.
On the summer.
Alright, now did she mention Frederick when y'all were talking? I'm assuming you were talking, did you speak on the telephone or via text message?
All day?
Yes, ma'am.
Both.
Okay. Did she mention Frederick at any point?
No.
Okay. Did she mention being upset or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you talk to Constance every day. Has she ever spoken about any problems or issues with her marriage or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Alright, and did you speak to Frederick often?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When was the last time that you spoke to Frederick?
I'd say him and Constance, both of my sons, godparents, so we talked often, and the last time I talked to him, I was at work, and he had texted me and had asked me to, was I put my son in soccer.
Mm-hmm.
I told him that I was at work, so he said he was gonna go by the rec department and pick up the soccer application. And he texted me and told me he had dropped it off and put it on the porch. That was the last time I talked to him.
And
so he wants to text there. He wants to text everybody every day. Scriptures.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the day that he texted you about the soccer application, do you know when that was?
Oh.
Was that after the hurricane, before the hurricane?
No, that was before.
Okay.
That was before. I didn't think I had one because I waited on him. That was the last time I talked to him.
Now, when you spoke to Frederick, did he ever mention anything about being upset or really sad or depression?
No.
Okay.
Not to me.
Okay. Alright, so just going back and summarizing this. So about 6:41, Constance sent you a text message telling you to send your son outside, and you went outside and you talked to her. And you think she was driving her Kia, and that's the purple one, right? And not the gold PT Cruiser.
You know what? I can't even remember.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was one of. Dad, they talked about that car. Did she drive the PT Cruiser or that purple truck? Because I can't remember. I still had my pajamas and I ain't had my shoes on. I'm supposed to have my shoes on all the time. And when I ain't got the plate, we were talking about the plate, and I came on back in the house. Came on what she was driving. I couldn't hear. I said, when it comes about that plate, that day, was she driving the PT Cruiser or that purple truck? I cannot remember.
I can't even. Because I was in jail, I wouldn't.
Because I didn't know she was outside until she texted me and told me, my baby outside. But I said, no, let me go out there because I know you probably would have dropped the plate.
Mm-hmm. And you said you don't remember what she was wearing?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Okay.
I wasn't really paying attention. I just wanted to get the plate, come back in the house.
Okay. Either you guys got any questions?
Pretty much covered.
Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked you about that you think might be important?
No, so no, I just hate it happen. I just.
Can I get some information from you real quick? Alright, and you spell your name, Monica is Monica.
ICA.
And then Whiting is Whittening.
Yes.
Alright, and what's your date of birth, ma'am? Okay. And phone number we could reach you at?
Eric Cole.
Okay. And this is your home address? Thanks so much for your time, man. I appreciate it.
Alright.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thank
See you later.
you. All right.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Good.
All right, if you need anything, you let us know, okay?
Alright. Alright, this investigative act concludes at 10:39 a.m.
Today's date is Thursday, September 21st, 2017. The time is approximately 1:51 p.m. Special Agents Jared Coleman, Will Montgomery, and Taylor County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Clayton Willis are located at Georgia. Pursuant to conducting an interview with Mr. Philip Towns.
What's going on? You doing all right? I don't know, man. I thought they would come talk to you. And that's why I didn't know. This is Will. I didn't know. I was scared. That's why I thought. Oh, yeah. I figured they should have been like, what the world?
Hey, dude, how you doing, ma'am? Hey, I'm Jared. How you doing, dear? Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Mr. Chris.
I'm Will.
You remember Clay now? Hey, Mr. Chris. Yeah, I will see about it. You know that? You remember me? You remember me? Yeah, look at me. You married? You was on my look. It don't fit no more. I ain't too much weight. You need to, bro. Yeah, I was saying. That TV ain't coming to the kitchen. We're going to come back and talk to you in a minute, Mr. Chris.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Hey, what's going on, man? You all right?
Hey, how you doing, bud?
What's up, bud? You all right? All right? Hey, you got a question, man?
Yeah, you ain't in trouble or nothing like that, man.
Oh,
I want to talk to you about what happened back here over at Constance and Frederick's place back last week.
You GBI?
Yeah, GBI.
Oh, yeah, call me. Yeah, I was cleaning up my phone. Yeah, call me at, what that number I was saying, Luke? 123. 123, 3. I got it over now. You're right now in front of you. You're right in front of you. 707. She called me at 707. Okay. I would take it out my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, called me. I seen me and Mama. She was sitting on her chair like this. I was laying across the sofa.
Okay.
Yeah. I got his number plugged up in my phone. Y'all excuse me, Jim. No, sit on there, Chris. I'll see you. So, he's on me, man. I got the head up on him. So, he's on me. He didn't say that. He said fear. Man, that's all I heard. Fear. I didn't hear no gunshot. So I had the back door closed. I landed on the sofa. So, yeah. So, that thing, I saw this. I saw the PT Cruise. You know, he got the little red bottle. Right, she had hit a spot in the yard, and then they ordered one of them buckets. Then Muscle, they go constant. Muscle everything. That's why I have it with us. You see the dog and everything. So, she said, they go constant. So, Dean had to be in that PT Cruise. Right after that, I'm laying there, I'm looking, I can see out that door. I said, he cost in that Kia. She come right behind me. And I tried, damn, I wish I wanted to delete that. I kept looking about a week. I started to come up there and tell the team. What I, you know what I mean? What I had in my pocket. Yeah. But then nobody come, the jet out there, and not all them cars right now, and y'all had to take off. You know what I'm saying? But I did it, then nobody asked me that. Yeah.
So when did you see the PT Cruiser?
I seen it before she came home.
Okay. So PT Cruiser came by about when?
Damn, I went. You think you can get my cell card out and then you can see?
I mean, if you want us to take the phone, we can download it, but I don't want to do that to you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is my only God no. And then my father God is everything. Okay, I saw Uncle, he came in first. Cause mom said that she always do it. Because don't a lot of cars come down there, bro. Ain't nobody stay down here with Mr. Anthony and this guy that worked for him.
Was this after he called you? They said themselves. They called for him after before. You said he
came in first. No, then he called me.
Okay, he came in first.
Yeah, and then I meant to call him.
How long after you seen him come in? Did you get here?
About 3 or 4, 5 minutes.
Alright, now when you got that call, had you already seen cops come in too?
Oh, now I see what how y'all got one on. Y'all got it from. Now, that's the question I had to ask them. Shit.
So
they don't make shit now.
So the PT Cruiser, did Frederick drive the PT Cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. So the PT Cruiser gets there 3 to 4 minutes, pulls up 3 to 4 minutes before he calls you.
Yes.
And then you see Constance pull up in the Kia.
Yep.
You saw it or your mama saw it?
Me and Papa.
Okay.
I had on something. My head be pointed toward the
Okay. So how far behind was Constance in the Kia?
Man, about 34 minutes. It wasn't long. I promise you. I done told you that story, right? I know.
Okay. So did you see Constance driving?
Yes.
Okay, so she was in the Kia. Alright, so how long was it that Constance pulled up in the Kia and then...
Then I seen, when she come in, then when I seen y'all folk coming in.
Okay.
That's when I seen y'all that then. Then I called back. What the hell going on down there? I always keep the back door and the front door. I'm walking all the time.
Okay. So did he call you? He called you after the Kia got here, right?
And before.
Called you before.
I remember. Just like it was, man. I couldn't sleep. Was he home when he called? I did. Had you? Oh yeah, just pull in. Okay. So Mom said, Mom always said, they go coffee. They go coffee. She always, what you doing today? Same thing was sitting there. She wiped the window.
Okay.
Sure did.
So the PT Cruiser rolled in, and about 3 or 4 minutes later, he called you and just said, Phil. And did he hang up or did you hang up?
He never did say nothing. Ain't know what I told you.
So
he never did say nothing.
But he said Phil, right?
He never did say nothing.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
So it was just an open line?
Open line. I said, ding. Man, I wish I was never on DV. You know how long I kept that shit? I told you them. What he had did shit, that's why I'm playing that 7 more stuff.
And then after that phone call, the Kia pulled up. Or before the phone call, the Kia pulled up. Okay. How long after did you see the Kia go by?
Shit, about 2 or 3. No, ain't no 2 minutes. Probably about 5 minutes. She came in. Mom said, "There go Constance again." So I looked. Yeah, then I called Danny back. He never did answer. Y'all get my cell card out the phone, but you can't take the phone.
So, was the Kia pulling in when you saw it or coming out?
The kid will put it in. The kid will put the PT crew will put it in. Then about 3 to 5 minutes, I saw her and then Mama said, "That go Constance again." So I'm just laying up on the sofa, man. I was watching all week. Listen, now, they gonna tell you when it was. Judge Judy, me and Mama watch the news and everything. Judge Judy was out. Judge Judy come on after the news. It was 7 on 7. That's why I keep playing it low.
Okay.
Real nigga shit. Excuse me. They gonna fall. Y'all better put something on.
707.
Oh, I hit the 1, 2, 3 2 weeks ago. 2, 5. Oh, Lord. Oh, my grandbaby got it now. Yeah. That what it was. You know, I told that, man. Look, me and Luke, last Saturday we cooked chicken and stuff. Me and Luke. Take it down there, you know. Yeah. It don't make sense like when you did something like that, do it. So was you, I don't know, you heard the stuff there. I'm asking you this. You heard it? No, I had street talk now. Hey, you fucking been a month. I heard something over there. Man, me too. All of them. Now we gonna be real like that. Man, that's street talk, man. Yeah. Don't know things. Street talk, paying no attention. Yeah. But was you and Dave very close? I don't know. Was you? Yeah. What I wish I would say? Jesus Christ. Man, he just send me like in the morning and stuff, you know, like version from the Bible and stuff. Yeah. Man, what that type? I thought that was that. Man, yeah. Man, oh. Hey, dude, I couldn't sleep, man. Man, y'all had that stuff wrapped out, taped up. Yeah. I couldn't sleep. I kept looking through my blind. I think they took the effect on everybody know that we split the barbershop. No, I made it. Yeah, that's how I made it, you know, to the barbershop. And he used to talk about, you know, trade, whatever, you know, what I'm saying. Yeah, you know, so that's how. Hey, we look for his family reunion, man. Phil. Show it, man. We put so many. I got stuff my last time I seen. Don't show y'all. Do something real. Last time I seen, you know, that was about 3 weeks ago. You live in that? No, I live in Buffalo. Yeah, I don't live here. Yeah, okay, I don't live here. It is a bad situation. Man, I'm telling you, man, and he was so happy. And then you know how we drank beer, and he didn't drink alcohol, so he come up here and had a whole duel. He said, "Friend, look, y'all, I'm getting high too." That was do. They couldn't drink. Man, ain't that something, man?
So, just to go back over this with you,
yes, sir.
At about 7:03, 7:04, you see the PT Cruiser.
And that was the time he called me right there.
Okay. You see the PT Cruiser coming by. Did you see Frederick driving that car, or did you just see the car?
I didn't see. I just saw the car. And my mama said, car come by, she knows they in crossing them cars.
Okay.
I'm laying on the sofa. We watching Judge Judy, and it come on at 7 o'clock.
So then at about 7:07, you get the call, and all you hear.
I've been playing.
And then all you hear is him saying "Phil," and that's it.
But I can't say dang. I didn't hear no gunshot. He said you just said Phil. I ain't heard nothing.
You heard nothing. Nothing. Just silence.
Yeah.
And you said dang several times.
Yeah, dang. And then, you know how to do with mama. Mm-hmm. So I done got up. So then I called back. I took the stuff out the phone. I kept it in there for a whole week. I started, and my mind told me to bring your tank. You know what I'm saying, just to show you the call law. Mm-hmm. And now that he rests. I said, my mind should have.
And then after the phone call, you saw the kid come by?
Yeah.
Okay. And about what time was that at?
Shit. 5 minutes later. Then I said, y'all come.
How long do you think it was when you sang all the police gun?
After about shit, 5, 6 minutes. We'll talk now. I won't show play that wrong. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah. Look, that's what we did. That ball hall right there. See that? Look. See that green refrigerator right up?
Yeah.
Look. I never for custody, I never what?
And I looked at
She was about 3.5 weeks. Yeah.
Now, when the kid came by, could you see Constance in the driver's seat?
I couldn't see that. I was laying out.
Okay.
I couldn't see that. My mama put me on point. You know, she did. Mom got the nigga, but she'll tell me like I pulled that.
Okay, so your mama told you she saw the kid?
Yeah, she always said, man, there's no confidence now.
Okay.
That's just her routine, and that's what she said. Yeah, I got that. She got a side one in the front. She got 3 1. And I said, Mom, you know, just to keep my memory going, I said, what the dog doing? You know, right now. Yeah, they did that. Show a little bit. He didn't see that. I took a picture of it. Well, now, so we did that and took that coffee now.
Why did you cook some of that brain then?
Yeah, I said, how y'all get my number? I got told them out the phone. Out the dang phone. See, that's why I tried to pull the shit out and make it work. Alright, yeah, that's what I said. I didn't get that wrong.
I just think that
I ain't did shit wrong. You know that she did crazy. I know. When that man come over here, she did. Yeah, well, the man Clay ain't cool now.
Oh, yeah.
Clay cool me now. You know.
You're good.
I ain't did no dirt in a long time.
You ready?
I ain't doing no dirt. Then I'm dealing with the prostate. Look, my prostate was messed up on me. I'm dealing with that. I got to see about my mama. Look, I'm dealing with stuff, but I ain't going to take what I got out of me so I can see about her. Woo! I mean, even the church up. But I did that before then. So, God, I just had to get Lord Jesus. I talked to you. He know he gonna do it.
That's right.
Pray for me.
That's right.
Alright. Y'all, you pray for me. You too. Well, y'all answers. Yeah.
What color was the kid that your mom saw? Did she say?
Burgundy, I seen it.
Oh, you
So I can see it. I can see it. Burgundy. Oh, I don't know who that is. Somebody probably. That white rock. Food down there. Somebody that white rock. They still like food. Yeah, they still out there. Yeah, no, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Oh, somebody down there just sitting down in the cup, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I did that, man. Pull the shit out of me. Oh, y'all can't tell me. What's that, man? Y'all probably could. Did she slip in the chick?
We can't talk about the details right now.
But I saw when I went down there and took that chick, all the like going up to the step and stuff, all that confidence tore out. Yeah. So I figured I'm in between the door and the. Yeah. Okay.
Alright. Was there anything else you think I need to know?
I can't put no emphasis on that.
Let me ask you this: since y'all talked a lot, how was their marriage? Did they have problems?
It seemed like they were. It seemed like the husband was.
Yeah.
Real shit. You know. Mm-hmm. I know they were never. They went out of town. Excuse me. Hello. Oh, them guys back. Yeah. I don't think I can say this. He had a church. One church in England. He was in Fort Valley. And they went out and they put stuff on Facebook. Y'all probably went to a Facebook page where everybody smiled. They smiled. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm just on the outside looking in. You know, the outside person, you don't know what's in. In their stomach. That's all I can say.
Okay. Alright. Well, anything else you think we need to ask?
No, I think that covers it.
Alright. You feel me? I don't know. Hey, look. Fishing, though. She got some pretty late. Yeah. Hey, dear me, I want me some turkey. You feel that? Hey, look, hold on. Tell Keith, we get up there with Johnny. walk that down. Oh, this is it. Yeah. That's it. More. Take that down. Hold on. No, we're over the tree. That's what you. Well, so good. Now I know. Alright. Now I know that you don't eat it. Alright. Good. Now I'm gonna hold you on it. You shake my hand. You got you word or you born. You deal me this stuff with your hand. Let those. You might hit to me. You got my number. It don't matter. Don't matter. So you like ground too? It don't matter. Hit bring the home. Jesus Christ. Alright, look, no. There you go. Look. Hey, look. Yeah. Hey, look.
I appreciate it.
Alright. I just put my
Take care of yourself, dear. It's good meeting you. Hey, take care of yourself, folks. This investigative act concludes approximately 2:10 p.m. Today's date is Tuesday, September 12th, 2017. Time is approximately 11:01 p.m.
Sit up here?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Feel free to adjust the temperature if it's too cold for you.
Okay.
What's your first name, sir?
Stanley.
Your middle name?
No middle name.
Okay, and your last name, sir?
Kimball, Kimble.
Okay, your date of birth?
Don't tell anyone.
Alright. It's a good address for you, sir. Is that here in Butler?
No, Fort Valley, Georgia.
Okay. You had a little bit of a drive to get out here, didn't you?
Yeah.
What's the zip code out there?
31030.
Okay, and a good phone number for you?
478, give you my cell.
Okay. And just to be clear, you are a pastor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so just so that you're aware, in the legal world, you don't have to talk to me, okay? You have pastor, parishioner, confidentiality, if you so choose, okay? But the reason that I'm talking to you is to try to figure out why this happened.
Okay.
So if you want to talk to me, you can. I can't force you to tell me anything that Mr. Dean or Miss Dean may have confided in you about, but it would certainly help in the investigation. It's my understanding that you spoke with Mr. Dean today, right?
Yeah, I can look at my phone and tell you this precise time.
Okay, that'd be great.
I called him at 3:57. Okay, and then he called me back at 4:06.
Okay. Did you talk to him when you called him, or he just called you back?
When I called him, I didn't get an answer, and then when he called me back, that's when we talked.
Okay. So what did he talk about?
There's a new Starbucks that opened in Perry. And so my wife and I went to the Starbucks, and I went by his church where he's a congregant.
Okay.
And I called him and told him there were two trees down in the churchyard, which I kind of felt he was aware, but I was just telling him.
Okay.
And he told me, he was aware, and he told me the trustees were going to handle it. And I told him, I said, well, I didn't want you to say that I rode by and saw the trees down and didn't give you a call. Because we've always been family friends.
Yes, sir.
And that was the conversation. And at that point, we were on our way back from Starbucks.
Okay.
And I think I got another call. If I didn't get another call, maybe my wife was talking about something. And I told him, I just wanted to make sure he knew of that. And we talked about the damage in several areas. And then I told him that, I would get back with him later.
Okay. And did y'all talk again later?
No, we never got a chance to talk later.
What was his attitude like when you were talking to him then?
Always upbeat, always upbeat, and everything is okay.
Had he ever made any type of what you would consider suicidal statements to you?
No, never.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what denomination are y'all?
Baptist.
Okay. So as a part of being Baptist, and I'm sure that y'all preach along. I'm Methodist, but I know that the church in Methodism teaches that if you commit suicide, that's an automatic ticket to hell. Is that what y'all preach in baptism?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that something that Mr. Dean would agree with?
It's something he would agree with. I cannot be precise about the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something we have talked about when it happened with someone else.
Okay.
And we've talked about, how terrible it was and just how bad it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when y'all have that conversation?
Oh, I can't say. I can't say in particular who it was that had committed suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about how bad that was.
Okay. From a religious perspective?
From a religious perspective.
Okay.
But some time ago. It wasn't no time recent.
Yes, sir. Was Mr. Dean having any type of problems in his life that would lead him to this?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, he was just an all-around good guy,
Mm-hmm. Do you know if anybody wanted to hurt Mr. Dean?
No.
Okay. How was Mr. and Mrs. Dean's marriage?
They had a very healthy marriage.
Okay.
Both are busy and on the go.
Mm-hmm.
But a very healthy marriage.
Okay. How did Mr. Dean feel about his health problems?
He was always concerned about his health.
Okay.
And just like anyone, it was challenging for him at times. But he always talked about, how he would keep his faith in God.
Mm-hmm.
And, that he knew that God would see him through.
But never any type of statements like saying, I want to go home to Jesus.
Never that.
Okay. Can you think of any reason why this happened?
I can't think of anything. My head is just spinning. Because it doesn't fit his character.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't fit his character, but at the same time, you never know what a person may be thinking. Maybe he was just tired or something. I don't know.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but I have to ask this question. Do you think that Mrs. Dean would hurt Mr. Dean?
No, by no means. She truly and dearly loved her husband.
It seems that way just from us, she and I talking. Do you know of anyone that would have wanted to hurt Mr. Dean?
No.
Okay. Do you know why he always carried a gun with him?
It was something he and I always talked about. And I hate to tell you this, but it's the truth. I'm terrified of guns. Because he and I used to go out to lunch. And I would always tell him, I'm not riding with you anywhere if you got that gun.
Mm-hmm.
And his thing, he said he would be riding a lot and he would see these guys with rebel flags.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have guns. And he said, we live in a crazy world.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you never know when someone may just want to attack you just because.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I don't need protection.
Okay.
Well, I always told him, I said, I'm like this. If someone shoots me, I don't want to have a gun because I don't want no one to holler self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I understand that. He said, but I don't want nobody to shoot me just because they hate me. He said, and get away with it. He said, so I feel I need protection. So that's why he always had a gun.
Okay. I think that's a valid reason, to be honest with you. Okay. But as far as you know, there was never anybody that was like actively after him. It was just for personal protection, just in case.
Yeah, because he would talk about going to restaurants or going to Walmart and seeing people with guns. And he was like, man, you need protection. He said, and as much as you're on the road going places, he said, you need some backup because you never know. I said, no, I don't need a gun.
Okay. Was there anything else that you think that I need to be made aware of that might help me in this investigation?
No, I can't think of anything. And I assure you, if I think of something, or if something comes to mind, I would call you. And I did go through my phone looking at text messages about conversations we had just recently. But, he was an all-around good guy. And, I'm bivocational as an educator and pastor. Full-time pastor and full-time educator. And a lot of times, he would call me or text me, to see that I have lunch. Or just to see that I need to run an errand or something. Yes, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah.
Mr. Kimball, I certainly appreciate you talking with me, sir. If you need anything, you let me know, alright?
Okay, will do.
Alright, thank you, sir. This interview concludes at approximately 11:11 p.m.
Today's date is Friday, February 9th, 2018. The time is approximately 3:25 p.m. Hey, how you doing, man? Yeah.
Good, how about you?
I'm probably doing better than you are, to be honest with you. I do a little bit better. I'll be here and talk to you in just a second about GBI. The attorney that needs to talk to you about some other matter that I ain't here to talk to you about, so.
Okay.
As soon as he gets doing whatever he's trying to do.
I think he's just ripped something off over there.
Okay. Do you know if county's gonna come and pick you up or not? They haven't told you whether or not. If they drop this case, I can't see why they come and get you. Which one probation for it, too?
I'm on probation. There's a 2,000 on them, but I took a fall from my dad because he was so old and sick. He had loaned the guy some money on a toy hauler.
I got you.
And the guy didn't pay.
So, just give me like 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'll be able to talk to you after y'all get done. For the purposes of this recording, the recording will be paused at 3:27 p.m. This recording resumes at approximately 3:43 p.m. Sorry for the wait there.
You're fine.
Oh, you're fine, yeah. You want to have that chair fixed? So my name is Jerry Coleman, and I'm with the GBI, I'm a special agent. This is a crime inspector. She's my partner. We work together. So first off, I just want to be very frank with you. You don't have to talk to me.
I understand.
You don't have to say anything to us. I'm not here to talk to you about any of your charges or your case or nothing like that. But I do have some questions for you, and I'd like to have a conversation with you. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can talk.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Before we really dive into everything, is your legal first name Tamara?
It is.
Tamara?
Correct.
Okay, your middle name?
Lamb, L-A-M-B.
Okay, and Powell?
Powell. That's what's on my driver's license.
Okay, so it is hyphenated? All right.
That's exactly what appears on all my legal documents.
Okay, what's your date of birth? All right, and where are you living now? That's wrong.
I would say you're not really going to do it.
I'm not good, but I sure can't spell it. What's the zip code out there?
076.
076, okay. And your phone number? Is that a cell number?
It is, and because I've been arrested, my phone didn't get paid.
Okay.
So if you want to call my husband's phone, because my phone may be different on the
Sure.
His name is Brandon. I'm sure you already knew that.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm assuming Powell, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right there, but these days I don't want to lose track of my time here. So what are you being held for right now?
Brandon and I got into a physical altercation. We were both arrested.
I got you, so just domestic?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did he bond that already?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you just haven't been able to make bond, or you have a probation hold?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How long have you been sitting here?
Since January 23rd.
Okay, just waiting on County to come down here, or?
I just got the charges dropped against me, so I don't know what they're going to do now.
Okay.
My lawyer was here.
Was it probation that put the hold on you, or do you have charges waiting on you?
No, it's just probation.
Okay, gotcha. Other than this, have you ever been arrested for anything else? What for?
Bad girl. 1995, I was arrested in Athens, Clark County for theft by conversion.
Okay.
I went to an Acura dealership, just long and short of it. I went to an Acura dealership in Athens, parked my BMW, and drove away in a new Acura.
Okay.
And I was dating a guy that was the general sales manager at the time. He said, just take the car, it's okay, your BMW's here, we have keys to it, no problem. He was off the next day. The owner of the dealership came in, said, where the fuck is my car? And of course Mark wasn't there. And so there was not everybody had a cell phone in 1995. And there was a warrant issued for me for theft by conversion, and I was arrested. And Mark said that he didn't know anything about the car, and he got away with it because Daddy was a Superior Court judge in that circuit.
I gotcha.
So I got the brunt of that, and I got 3 years probation for it.
Okay.
And I completed the probation with 120 days boot camp in there with it.
Are you from the Athens area? You from down here?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm from Taylor County.
Okay. Why do you live in Athens? You go to school up there or something? Or?
You want a really good laugh? I went up there to go to the Northeast Georgia Police Academy.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to be a police officer. What I wanted to do, I wanted to be her. I wanted to be on that side of the table. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. And I wound up dating a state trooper that was out of the Lawrenceville Post and studied and that sort of thing.
Okay. Other than that, have you been charged with the felonies?
Yes, in 2011.
Okay.
I got charged with a felony of theft of other motor vehicle.
Okay.
Sheriff Watson's very familiar with that. My father loaned a gentleman from Coweta County $8,000, and he gave my dad the title to a toy hauler in lieu of the loan, and my dad gave him 90 days to pay it back. He called my dad and told him he was not going to pay him back, so my dad took the title earlier to the tag office, titled it in his name, got a tag and insurance on it, waited the time for the title to come back with his name on it, gave me the title, the tag, and the insurance information. I went to Coweta County, hooked it up to my truck, and brought it back.
Now, what is a toy hauler?
It's a camper, the back of it lets down, you drive your golf carts or the motorcycles at the back, and then the living quarters is up front.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
I went there and pulled it back and parked it at my dad's house. And 3 weeks later, Wally Carpenter and a Coweta County deputy, male and female, both came out to my cabin and said, "You gotta go with us." And they tried to arrest my dad, and I said, "No. Don't do anything with my dad. He's too old, sick. Put it all on me." And I took, they wanted to take me to one. And I said, no, I had Alan Trapp was my attorney. I had a paid attorney. And they came back and gave me 10 years probation and dropped everything against my dad. And I've been on probation since October of 2011 for that. That's why I'm violated now.
I got you. So you got what, 3, 4 more years?
3.5 years.
Okay. So other than those 2 felonies, that's all you've got as far as felonies?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been arrested, but not,
okay.
I mean, it was turned into a civil case.
Okay, got you. Any other misdemeanors?
I think that it got taken away was giving false information on a check.
Okay.
A lady in Athens that I went to church with, she would sign the check, date the check, and make the check out like to Publix grocery store, and then I would just go get what she wanted and fill in the amount.
Yeah.
And they said her husband didn't know about her little secret squirrel bank account. And when he found out about it, she said that I was the one writing the checks, and I had a hired attorney for that. Ed Tolley was my attorney for that. And he got it dismissed to, I think it was giving false information on the check, and he said it was a misdemeanor.
Okay.
And when I got my job at UPS, it didn't show up.
Okay, all right, no problem.
So that's all I know about.
Okay. And the only reason is I just kind of wanted to come with you and kind of get a feeling for your background and all that.
That's what kind of scares me about me telling you what I know, that they're going to say that I'm not a credible witness.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons that we cover those type of things, just to kind of, like I said, get that background information.
But I know what I was told, so.
Yeah. So obviously, I'm assuming that you know the reason that I'm here to talk to you. Okay. And what is that reason?
About Constantine.
Okay. Tell me, what do you know about that?
I was arrested for simple battery the first week of January, and she had already been incarcerated for the murder of her husband. I came into the pod, and they put me in a room by myself.
Okay.
Of course, I was crying, real upset. She came into the pod where I was in the room where I was at and sat down next to me on the bed, and she said, "It's gonna be okay. It's not the end of the world. It's all right." She was trying to console me, and she said, "Honey, what did you do?" And I said, "I got into an altercation with my husband." I said, "We're both drinking, and we cannot drink. Neither one of us." I said, "And we got into a physical altercation. He gets mouthy, and I can't take it." And she said to me, "If you can't get along with that man, you need to get away from him, or you're going to wind up like me."
Okay.
And, I was so caught up in myself, I didn't really pay attention to what she was saying. And she said, "I'm going to pray for you." And I said, "Okay." And she got up and walked out. And it was about 2 or 3 hours later, she came back in to check on me because I was laying there crying. And she said, "You'll get a bond. It's just a misdemeanor. Don't worry about it. It's simple battery. Don't worry about it." And she said, "I want to talk to you." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "We're going to pray." And she prayed with me. And she said, "Listen to me. I'm telling you, when you get out of here, don't go back to that man." She said, "Has he ever hit you before? Has this ever happened before?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." And she said, "Yeah, I figured it had." She said, "You cannot keep going back to him. It's not going to change." And I said, "Well, I love him." And she said, "Well, I love my husband too." And she said, "But I'm going to tell you something. He broke me down," and her exact words were, she said, "He broke me mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and financially," is the way she put it. She said, "He has broken me down in those ways." And she said, "And you get to a point where you just can't take no more." And she said, "And I don't want to see that happen to you, what's happened to me." And, I just said, and I said, "Miss Dean," I said, I'm not going to hurt my husband. I said, "It's just that we drink and, we get into a fight because he gets mouthy." And he does, because he's 30 and I'm 47. And he gets mouthy. And I'm not going to put up with his mouth. And, and she said, well, I'm telling you, she said, I watched enough crime TV, is how she put it. And she said, I had to do what I had to do. She said, I couldn't take no more. She said, you can only put so much air in a balloon before it will bust. And I said, well, Miss Dean, I said, I really hate it. And I asked her straight, and I said, you're in here for murder? And she said, yes. And I said, wow, so that's a pretty stiff charge. And she said, but I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to do anything to you. She said, I'm at peace with myself and what I've done. And I said, they're going to have all kinds of, evidence against you. And she said to me, I don't know anything other than what lady told me. She said, they only found gunshot residue on my hands. She said they didn't find it anywhere else. She said because trash bags and rubber bands is why. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said that apparently she had trash bags with rubber bands like on her arms to keep anything from blowing back on her. That's the only thing I can imagine that she was talking about. And she said that she had the gunshot residue on her hands, and she said that, yeah, I did. She said, because I was trying to give him CPR. And I said, why would you try to give him CPR? And she said, because he tried to kill himself. And I said, well, I thought you said you shot him. And she said, he tried to kill himself as far as anybody else needs to know. She said, that's my defense. She said, I can't take no more of it. And my nickname is Ty, and that's what she was calling.
Now, did she know you before y'all had that?
She knew my dad.
Okay.
She was talking to me that she knew I just lost my dad because I had recently lost my father, and she was telling me how close that she knew we were and how she enjoyed seeing my dad at H&J, the convenience store in 1996, and how nice he was always to her and everything, and that she hated to know that he had passed and all that, and that she had thought about me, and she wanted to come by and see me and that sort of thing, and she said that she just never had the time because she was busy at the school working, and she came into the room I was in several times, and the jail had not given me access to the phone system at that point, and she was actually letting me call my husband using her ID or whatever, her PIN number to call my husband. And she said, you either get out of here and you don't go back to him, or you work it out and get you some counseling. And I told her, I said, I love my husband. I'm not divorcing my husband. This is stupid. And, she said, well, you don't want to end up like me.
And this was all that first week of January. Mm-hmm. Was this the same day that you got arrested? And she let you use her PIN number that same day? Okay.
And
so that's something I can go back and verify.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it was to that phone number right there.
Okay, gotcha.
She is called from the jail twice a day now. She was at the jail visitation earlier. There's only two other girls that I'm locked up with back there, and they call her Mama Dean. And she sends money up here to the jail to these girls. Like I said, she came for visitation to see them today.
She's bonded out, right?
Yeah, she has an ankle monitor is what they've told me, and they said that she has some big hotshot lawyer from Atlanta. I mean, I hear, because they talk to her, and then they sit down and talk about it, and there's only three of us, so we can't help but hear it. And I think she told Lee Massey, who's back there, that she wishes that she could tell her what was going on, but she can't because the phone calls are recorded, and she doesn't want to give anything away. And the other girl, Sarah Clifton, that's back there, she talks to her as well. I mean, they call her in the mornings and they call her at night. And I do know that she bonded out. Well, this is what I was told by these girls. She bonded out to her sister's address because the girl Lee Massey that's back there doesn't have an address to bond out to, so she left her address for Lee Massey to bond out to. That's why she bonded out to her sister's address.
Okay.
But You know, I mean, she.
Did she say anything about her sister's involvement in this?
Mm-mm. Okay. I think her name is Magnolia.
The sister?
Or it might be one of her road dogs. But she's real close to a lady named Magnolia. They call her Maggie.
Okay.
She's real big buddies with that lady.
Okay. Did you ever tell your husband that Constance had told you about this? Okay. Well, how did you do that?
Just when I got home from jail and, you know, talking to him and stuff, you know, he's asking me, he's like, do you know any of the girls back there? And I told him I knew one or two of them. And
so how did you get home from jail? You haven't been held this whole time?
No.
Okay, so
I got arrested twice for domestic violence.
Okay, so you got arrested back in January.
January 3rd.
Okay, January 3rd. And then
for simple battery.
Okay.
And then I got arrested January 23rd.
Okay.
For getting into another physical altercation with my husband. And January 23rd, we both got locked up.
Okay, I got you. So this all happened this all happened on January 3rd. And then you talked to your husband about it, and then y'all got locked up again.
Yeah. Because when I got home when I bonded out on January 4th,
okay.
I was in the jail for like 18 hours maybe.
I got you. So there's not going to be any recorded phone call of you discussing it with your husband because y'all discussed it in person at home.
Yes. So when I got home, you know, he was asking me, you know, who was in there? Do you know anybody in there? I'm sorry you're in there, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yes. The lady that's in there for murder, I said, oh my God, I said, she told me she shot her husband. He's like, she what?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yeah. So,
okay.
And he said, is that the lady from school? And I said, yeah, she's a school teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, oh, okay. And he said, she didn't miss me, did she? I said, she came in and talked to me, she knows my dad.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Do you have any reason to be making any of this up?
No.
Okay. Do you have anything against Constance?
She's never done anything to me. Like I said, I just know her from her knowing my dad and seeing her in passing. And
mm-hmm. Has anybody made any promises to you that if you talk to me and provide this information to me that you get any exchange, that your charges would get dropped, any of that?
No, my attorney already done that before you got in here.
Okay.
So he told me, because I asked him, I said, if I tell them what I know, will they be able to help me get my probation warrant dropped in Coweta County? And he said, I doubt it.
Okay.
And he said, they know that you know what the lady, they already know that the lady talked to you, so you just need to sign these papers I got. Let me go get these dropped. Hopefully that will void out the probation violation, and you go on with life.
Okay. So all the
and he said that he had done a report, he printed something out for the DA here
mm-hmm.
to make me a rebuttal, some kind of a rebuttal witness, that I wouldn't be listed somehow or another because it's such a small town, I guess.
Yeah.
So about me getting into that.
Okay. So just to be clear, the information that you're providing, you're freely, voluntarily, without any promise of or exchange for anything. You're just doing it as a good person to provide.
I think that's the right thing to do.
Okay. Right. I have to ask those questions just to make sure because.
I mean, I don't think that anyone should be shot and killed just because someone can't get along with them and they've had enough of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that.
So to be clear, Constance told you that essentially they were having problems, that just she was broke down mentally. Now she said physically. Did she say that he hit her? Or
no, she just said it was the emotionally, physically, mentally, financially, and spiritually.
Okay.
And like I said, she was like all about praying and prayer. Everything.
Big about church and,
mm-hmm.
and all that.
Mm-hmm. She was real big in it. And I think one of those girls back there had even told me that he was a deacon or something in a church or something. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't know him. I just knew her from, like I said, seeing her in town. And
so she's saying that she put trash bags on her arms when she shot him.
Yeah, to keep, I guess, anything from coming back on her clothing or her skin or whatever. That was my understanding. I did not say to her, why did you do that? I mean, I was so caught up in what I was in here that when she said, I don't want you to end up like me. And you can only put so much air in a balloon before it will bust.
Did she say what she did with those trash bags?
Mm-mm. And she was real adamant that, yes, I did have gunshot residue on my hands. And she said, she did, because she told me she called 911. And she said that she started trying to administer CPR. And she said that's why she had the only reason she had gunshot residue on her hands, as far as anybody needed to know, because he tried to kill himself. And I was thinking, wow, okay. But I don't know, I mean, I know that you're not going to make my probation violation go away. You're not going to make my probation violation go away. And I'm in jail. Sitting right here, I'm still in jail. I'm not going to walk out of there and go home. So it's just what the lady came in, and when she found out, well, you know.
Does anybody know that you're talking to us right now?
No, they think that I'm with my lawyer. That's why he gave me this to take back, because I had already made the groundwork for it.
Okay.
That my lawyer was coming for me to sign papers.
Okay, perfect.
So, but I would be in grave danger if either of those two girls knew that I was talking to y'all about Constantine, because they are very protective of her.
Okay. And Constance told you that she was at peace with what she had done.
And, you know, like I said, she was very religious. You know, she said, I pray, I got my faith, God's going to bring me through this. You know, she just, you know, she said, I'm at peace with it. And, you know.
Okay. Did she mention anything about phones? About her calling anybody, talking to anybody?
She just said that she called 911. Okay. Because you know, she was saying about the trash bags and stuff. And like I said, her big thing was she kept telling me, you know, she said, you're going to put so much air in a balloon before it'll burst. And I kept thinking, burst, not bust. That's not that sticks out in my mind so much. Because I kept thinking, and then she said the 5 things, you know, about physically, emotionally, financially, spiritually, and mentally. Because I remembered that I was like, wow, that's a lot. And I actually told my husband that. I said, you know, she just said she just couldn't take anymore. And then my husband carries a pistol, and he's like, don't you snap on me. You know, and it's not funny, but every time I would, like, you know, he'd say, I'm going to take the trash out and get a trash bag, and he'd say, you don't need but one. You know, I mean, it's not funny, but, you know, he'd say, you don't need but one. So, you know, and, I mean, that's all. I mean, I can't tell you anymore because there's no more to tell, and I can't tell you less because there's no less to tell. It was just it was a jailhouse conversation. And, you know, I'm sure that she has told those other 2 girls.
But they're not going to talk to me.
No, they are not, because you can tell, because, like, when I say something about her, you know, like when they get off the phone with her, you know, I say, oh, how's Miss Dean doing? Oh, she's doing great, you know. And then like they came back from visitation, I said, you know, oh, she looks so pretty, you know, she's been shopping and she got a bunch of new clothes and she's, you know, she's doing this and, you know, she went and got her some contacts, you know, apparently she's living it up.
Yeah, and what's those 2 girls' names again?
Sarah Clifton and Lee Massey.
Do you know how Lee spelled?
L-E-I-G-H. We have to wear wristbands, that's how I know.
I got you. How many women do you have out there right now?
Just me and those 2.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I said. And I'm in a cell with Sarah. And Lee is in a cell by herself.
Have you told either of them that Constance is invited?
No.
Okay, keep that information to yourself.
Yes, because I know how close they are to her. I mean, like I said, the lady comes over here and puts money on their accounts and to visits. I mean, and Sarah's mean. Like, she's mean, and Sarah would hurt me if she knew I was talking to you about this.
Gotcha.
I know you said that she comes up and does a visitation. They call each other twice a day. Okay. That's how you want to say that.
Yeah, Lee calls her, and Lee will call her, like they take turns calling her on their phone card or whatever, and they both talk to her when she calls, you know, and it's, hey Mom, I love you, thank you for putting money on my books, what are you doing? She's Lee Massey, this girl, she's been here for a lot, like 125 5 days with no bond, no nothing, on some pretty serious charges. And Constance has gone to get her glasses from Walmart to bring them up here to her. I mean, she's just catering to these two girls. And I think the reason that she's doing that is because she has confided in them, and she doesn't want what she has said to come to the point to where I'm sitting across the table from GBI. And I think that's why she is still so involved with them, because, you know, when I got out of jail, I didn't care who was back there. You know, I didn't give anybody my phone number. I didn't say, hey, call me and I'll come visit you and put money on your account. I didn't do that because I didn't care. Yeah. You know, so, you know, and so right now I've been back there since January 23rd. And, you know, on the grand day that I do get to leave, I will promise you I will not leave my forwarding information with anyone back there, because I don't have any, you know, that's not the kind of people I hang around.
Certainly.
You know, I just got drunk and got in a fight with my husband.
Not exactly a crime of the century.
Right. A misdemeanor, and, you know, and I'm still sitting here yet.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, if the district attorney needed you to, would you be able to provide this information at trial?
Yes, I would. It's a small town. I mean, but I'm gonna tell you, right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter who you are.
That's right. That's right.
And I've not been a saint in my life, but, you know, right is right and wrong is wrong.
That's right.
You know, I don't care how many times you go to church, and I don't care if you're married to a preacher, a deacon, or whatever. You know, you can't take someone's life that's not yours to take and get away with it and get out on bond. You know, when I came back in on the 23rd and she wasn't here, I was shocked. And they said, oh yeah, she got out on $150,000 bond wearing an ankle bracelet and everything. I was like, holy shit. And they said originally it was a $500,000 bond, and that this big hot dog lawyer from Atlanta had gotten it down to $150,000. I guess is what Ms. Dean told them when she came back. And the reason is because she was a school teacher and couldn't come up with that kind of money.
Yeah.
And that's why the bond was reduced like it was. But they did tell me also that she stayed back there for several days after her bond had been posted, because something to do with the ankle bracelet and where she was bonding out to, because I guess there was an issue with her not bonding out to her own home. And she bonded out to the sister's house.
Okay.
And that's all I know. I mean, like I said, I can't add any more to it. I can't take any away from it.
All right.
And it happened over, you know, a span of, you know, probably, like I said, the first time she came in and talked to me, then she came back a couple hours later and I was still crying, and that's when she told me to sit up and toughen up, but, you know, she was, don't wind up like me, don't go back there.
When you were brought in and that conversation happened, what cell were you in?
170? So
170. Was that the same one that she came in later and had a conversation with you a couple hours later?
Yeah, and then we were also sitting out in the day room too at a table that's all the way to the end. You'll be able to see that too.
Are there cameras in there?
Oh, yes. They know everything you do back there.
So, the conversation that happened in cell 170, that was that where she confided in you, where he had broke you, or he broke her mentally, physically, emotionally, all that. And then
when we were sitting out at the table, that's what she just kept saying to me over and over. Don't end up like me. Don't let that man push you. Don't end up like me.
Okay. So that's the conversation that happened in the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that she and I sitting there at the table?
Is that where she told you that she put the trash bags over her arms and all that?
I was in the room.
In the cell.
Yeah.
All right.
And she, when I got ready to leave, she called me right over there where she was. They had called for me to come get my things that I wanted them paid. And she was sitting at a table right by the door, and she called me over there and pulled my arm down, and she said, don't end up like me. She said, I'm going to pray for you.
Now,
I'm not going to get to tell you again.
Now, this all happened on January 3rd, right?
You have to look, see what day. It was either January 3rd or 4th. I got arrested. I'm not dead sure what day it was.
Okay.
I got arrested, got out, and then my father-in-law got arrested for opening my truck. He broke into my house, locksmith opened my truck while I was in jail to get his battery that he said he bought from my truck.
Okay.
And his ass came to jail for it shortly thereafter.
Now, when you got arrested, about how long after was it of you being brought into the jail was it that she came into that cell?
I mean, I wasn't back there very long.
We're talking hours or minutes?
It was less than an hour, probably, I would say. That was such a blur to me when all that happened because they didn't come to my house and lock me up.
Yeah.
My probation officer called me and said, I work at UPS. And he said, are you at work today or are you at home? And I said, I'm off because I have to deliver Saturday air. And he said, you need to go to the Rose Police Department. They've been at your house knocking on the door and you won't answer the door. And I said, that's a damn lie. They haven't set the cameras off. They're not here. And he said, just go up there. So I went to the jail and he said, they want to talk to you about what happened on December 24th, which is when my husband and I got into an argument. And he said, they want to talk to you. And I said, okay. So they're going to lock me up. And he said, no, they just want to get your side of the story. And I said, okay. So I walked up to I went to City Hall. Yeah. And parked my truck out front, went in and sat there, and they were in there scrambling like their asses was on fire and their heads were catching. And what they were trying to do was get the warrant for me. And they kept putting me off. I said, we'll give you a minute. I'm going to be right there. Miss Powell will be right there to talk to you. 45 minutes later, they said, click. You're under arrest for simple battery, and they brought me over to the jail. So my truck, I mean, I had no idea I was getting arrested, so it was just like, I was like, oh God, great, now I'm going to Coweta County for a probation violation. Everything was going through, so it wasn't like hours and hours before I was back there.
So just to be clear on the timeline, less than an hour after you were out of jail, she comes in the room and starts talking to you. And then says you don't need to end up like me. And then a few hours later, she comes back to cell 170 and then tells you about the murder that you killed him. And then how long after that was it that y'all were sitting out in the day room where she started talking to you?
It was later. I'm not really sure. I mean, like I said, I was crying and the girls were running in and out of there. Don't cry, it's okay, it's a misdemeanor, you're going to get out of good bond, it was a jailhouse lawyer.
So within another couple hours?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking is so that I can clean this video and it helps to corroborate the information that you provide me. Okay. Anything else you think that we can cover, Kristen?
I've talked to you on the phone a couple of times. I should have a Perry office. No, you know how we're at the Columbus office.
Yeah.
There's a girl, I thought her name was Christy at the juvie office in Perry.
Oh, there's a Kristen.
That's right. That's what I thought you were. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, our Perry office covers, once you go across the county line into Peach County, that's our Perry office. But Taylor County's in our Columbus office right now.
That circuit, yeah. Brendan's aunt had a child that went missing like 7 years ago, and she was the aunt was here in Taylor County, and they needed DNA, so we had to call the GBI office to get the DNA swabs and stuff. And that's who we were talking to, and that's what I thought you were.
Gotcha. Was there anything else that you think that I need to know, ma'am?
No, because I can't add anything to it. I mean, it is what it is, and I hope that some justice comes out of it, and I'm willing to testify if I have to in a small town.
Okay. Well, Ms. Powell, what I want you to do is enjoy the rest of that drink. As best you can, and I hope that you're out of here soon. Don't tell anybody that you've talked to us, just for your own safety. And if anything else comes up and you need to reach out to us, obviously, you go through the sheriff's office and just let them know that, hey, I need to speak with. You can come up with any name, but just make sure that Jared is in it. If you tell them Jared, they'll know it's me.
Okay.
And they'll get in touch with me.
Okay.
And then I'll come out here and I'll help you out.
Like I said, because these girls are just, they were, they get letters from her and stuff. And I don't know if the jail reads the mail, but that might be something that you want to suggest.
Okay.
That the jail may want to clip instead of scan the mail from her, because I don't know what's in the letters.
Yeah. Okay.
But I know she's very active in
Certainly.
her lives.
Ms. Powell, I certainly do appreciate it. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll have somebody come over here to walk you back.
All right.
Thank you.
It's Jackie, I'm sure she'll come with me.
All right. Just hang tight.
Yep.
You got yours? So what you wrote? This investigative act concludes at approximately 4:20 p.m.
Alright, today's date is Friday, December the 1st. It is approximately 12:57 p.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located at the Taylor County Government Annex in Taylor County, Georgia, pursuant to interviewing Miss Yolanda Dean. Alright, Miss Dean, could you go ahead and tell me, how are you related to Frederick Dean? Is he your older brother?
Yes.
Okay.
We're 5 years apart.
Okay. And going back to September the 12th, had you any conversations with Frederick that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were they via phone or text message?
Phone.
Okay. And what did y'all talk about?
The storm.
Mm-hmm.
Was my power back on? Because my power was out in Atlanta. And his went out. It came back on. And it went out again, and it came back on. So we talked about that, and I asked him, what was he doing? And he said he was just stirring around the house. I asked him how was he feeling. He said he was feeling fine. I'm like, you been anywhere? He said, no, I've been home for the last few days. Just relaxing. So.
Now, during this conversation, did he mention Constance, his wife?
Yes, after I asked him.
Okay.
I said, well, where my sister at? He said she gone up the street to take Deborah a plate.
And Deborah is Constance's sister?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, and what time were you having this conversation with Frederick?
It was about noon.
Okay. So,
yeah, around about noon.
Alright, and did you speak to him? How long did this conversation last?
I would say we probably spoke about 30 minutes. Yeah, right about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Because he asked me about the kids.
Mm-hmm.
How was Tyler? Yeah.
Alright, and did you have any more conversations with Frederick that day?
No.
Okay. And did you hear from Frederick's wife, Constance, that day?
Yes.
Tell me a little about that, please.
I was sitting out on my swing in my front yard, and I had my phone, in my lap, and my son and my boyfriend was working on the car in the driveway. So she called me, and she said, I don't know how to tell you this, but Frederick just killed himself. I said, what? What'd you say? Frederick just shot himself in the chest. And I wailed and hit the ground. And I asked my boyfriend and my son, can you come and get this phone and see what, because the phone's on the ground. I asked them, could they come and get the phone and see what Constance just said?
Mm-hmm.
And when my boyfriend spoke to Constance, he just busted out crying.
And
my son came to me
because
I was on the ground.
And did you speak anything further with Constance during this conversation?
Not that day.
Not that day?
No.
Okay. So the extent of your phone conversation was, she said, I don't know how to tell you this, but Frederick just killed himself.
Yeah.
And
well, she did. She also said, I'm gonna let you grieve the way you grieve, because I wailed, I hollered. So she said, well, I'm just gonna let you grieve the way you grieve. And that's when I asked him, come and get this phone to speak with her to see is it true what she just said to me?
Right.
You know.
And what was her demeanor like over the phone?
She wasn't crying, no crying. Her tone was the same. It wasn't like a shout or anything. It was just like you and I are talking.
It was just very even, very monotone.
That's it.
Okay. And that was the extent of your conversation with her that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was the next time that you spoke to Constance?
Yeah. You know, I don't even remember.
Mm-hmm.
I had to speak to her. I did speak to her that night after she told me that. After I got myself together, I called her back. And I told her, I said, well, I can't come down there now. I will be down there tomorrow. And we went down. And that was on a Wednesday. And she kept asking me, you gonna stay? You gonna stay down here with me? I told her, I said, I can't stay tonight. Because I have to get my kids situated in school. And then I'll come back. And I told her, I said, I'll come back and I'll stay with you all next week. So.
Okay. Now, about what time did Constance call you?
It was that evening.
It was that evening?
Yeah, because I know this was before daylight saving time, so it was getting a little dark, you know, but it wasn't dark. It had to be around 6 or 7 or something like that.
Okay, so it had been after 6 or 7?
Yeah.
Alright, and then, do you know about what time that you called her back later that evening?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would it have been an hour, maybe 2 hours?
Maybe about an hour.
About an hour later? Okay.
To tell her I would come down, you know.
And have you had any more conversations with Constance that, or been with Constance and something that happened stuck out to you since Frederick died?
Yes.
Could you tell me about that, please?
When I got down there Saturday, they were all, her sisters, a couple of the Eastern Star sisters, and Jessica, her niece, were all sitting around talking about the district meeting. And this was on that Saturday evening when I got down there about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So I'm just sitting listening to the conversation. Constance was all into what had happened at the meeting. And I'm just looking at her. I'm like, you know, she don't seem like a grieving wife, you know. But I'm just observing. I didn't make any comments because I wasn't at the meeting. I don't know what happened. But just listening to them talking, people were still coming in the house, bringing things, you know.
Right.
So that was the first time. I think about a day later, her friends from her job and her church had came down. And they were out. She was just sitting in the middle like this here. Deborah wasn't there. Her niece was there, April. And she was just sitting there like this. They were talking all around her. And I was sitting over there and I was observing her. And she was just like, and just staring over there towards the steps. And, you know, I'm sitting back looking at her. And I told her later on that night after everyone left, I said, Constance, you ain't heard nothing them people were saying to you today. I said, you were just had a blank stare on your face. I said, everything they said was just going over your head.
Now, did she interact? Like, was she speaking to other people during this, or was she?
She was just, you know, that's what I'm saying. She was just staring, and they were talking. You know, she just was staring, and I was watching her. Like, what? You know, I know you lost your husband, but I don't know. Just like I said, people grieve differently, so you can't say how a person's supposed to grieve.
Right.
So I was giving her the benefit of the doubt of that. But my brothers were still in my ear saying, she got something to do with it. So.
Alright, and were there any other interactions or things that you saw or heard?
I mean, her and Deborah did a lot of secret talking. You know, like if we're in the room and it's just us around or whatever, you would always see them, you know, do this, lean over to each other and whisper stuff in each other's ear. And, you know, when I was going to different rooms, either Constance would come in the room where I was or Deborah would come in the room. So I'm like, okay. But I've been coming to this house since it was built. So, you know, I'm not a thief. So why are they kind of like following me? Mm-hmm. When I went upstairs, she called me. And she said, what you doing? I said, nothing. I'm laying across the bed. You know, I'm tired. It's people here all day, all night. I'm tired. I'm laying down. She said, well, come on down here with me. And I'm like, I just said I was tired. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I don't know what now I know what was the secret talk about. Because I know Deborah knew that Constance had did this.
Okay. Now, did you know of any issues, or did you ever hear about any problems that Constance and Frederick may have been having, any arguments or things of that nature?
No.
Okay. Do you know if they were having any financial problems or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
And back to any arguments, if they get into it or whatever, mm-hmm. She would be the one to tell me, not him. She would tell me, you know, your brother getting on my nerve and, you know, stuff like that, and he don't do right by his diet. He eats all this kind of stuff, and, you know, he stay in the street. He's always gone and stuff of that sort. Those are the things she has said to me about him. But he has never talked about her to me.
So you've never heard him say anything negative about Constance?
Not she was getting on his nerve or anything. No. It would always be her telling me.
Okay.
I'm going to send him up there to Atlanta to you. That's what she would say.
Okay, now, we talked earlier, and you had mentioned insurance policies.
Yes, sir.
Now, how did you find out about any insurance policies that Frederick may have?
We were having dinner at their dinner table one evening, and we wasn't even talking about insurance or anything, and he said, yo, you know, in a case of anything happening to me and Constance, you the sole beneficiary. I'm like, what? Oh, what? You know, you get all our stuff. You know, and I'm like, what? I don't want that responsibility. You know, and I said, why are we talking about this? And then that's when she chimed in and said, well, we just want to take care of you if anything happens to us. I'm like, okay, because Freddie had been taking care of me. He been like my dad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Our mother died at 16, when I was 16. So Frederick has always been there to kind of finish rearing me up to an adult. That was the first time I found out about a policy. And then she also made the comment about it's a good policy too. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, just brushed it off. Mm-hmm. When I came down or whatever, she was gathering up his things, you know, paperwork and stuff like that. Yeah. We had things in a file cabinet in the room, and she gathered up several policies that was his, and we went to the funeral home. Mm-hmm. But I asked her on the ride there, if he committed suicide, you're not going to be able to use any of those policies. She said, wait, maybe one of them will pay off. Maybe one of them will give me something for it. I was like, okay, that's good to know, you know. And she gave those policies to David Towns. And I was sitting right there in the office with them.
Mm-hmm. And you said several. Do you know about how many there were?
I'm going to say 4.
There were 4? Okay. Alright. And you mentioned David Towns. Is David Towns the same person that owns the House of Towns mortuary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he's related to Constance?
I'm not for sure if he's blood relations, but they have been friends since he was a young kid.
Okay. Okay, and going back to originally, Constance called and told you that he had killed himself.
Yes, sir.
And
he shot himself in the chest.
He shot himself in the chest. Okay, and knowing Frederick like he did, did you believe that that was something Frederick would do?
No.
And why is that?
Because he's a religious man, first of all, and he know that is against his religion, you know what I'm saying, to commit suicide. We have never had the talk about committing suicide.
Right.
Never.
And if Frederick was very sad or depressed, you believe he would say something to you about it?
Yeah, I mean, I could tell. I've been around him so long. I could tell in his tone sometimes if he's not feeling well, or you know, if something's going on. He may not tell me, but I could tell in his tone, and I'm like, Frederick, you just not telling me what's going on. Yeah, baby, I would tell you, and I'm like, but you don't sound right. You don't sound good, you know. So I could tell in his tone when different things were going on. But as far as him just coming out and saying, I'm feeling this way, he'll tell me if he have ailments or whatever.
Right.
But to say his feelings, his emotions, he wouldn't just come out and say.
Right. Okay. And now, when you talked to him on the 12th, how did he sound over the phone?
He sounded fine.
He sounded fine?
Yeah. He didn't sound, you know, like I said, we laughed about it, and I told him, I said, yeah, I seen that big old tree out in your yard on Facebook. He told me, yeah, Carson took that picture and posted on Facebook. I said, okay. I said, I hope none don't fall out of my yard. He just laughed. I'm like, yeah, because you got a lot of them around your house. I'm like, yeah. So we were laughing and talking. I heard no sadness in his voice.
Right.
Not tiredness. He wasn't tired because he had been home a couple days, you know, just in the house. So that's, you know, I wasn't putting things together when all of it happened. It was just that my brother was dead. You know what I'm saying?
But as far as suicide, he believed that suicide was against his religion?
Exactly.
Okay. So it's not something that he would have done?
No. No. And I asked her when I talked back to her that no, I say, did he leave me a note? Did he leave me anything? She said, no, he didn't even leave me a note. I said, the only thing he did was text me, don't come home. She didn't say that other part to me that she said to my brother. She just told me he texted her, don't come home. And I told Consul, I said, Consul, I just don't understand how he did this and didn't leave. Say no word to me.
Okay. And are there any questions that I may not have asked you that, or any information that I haven't asked you about that you feel like you need to tell me?
I don't know. I mean, I know she asked me about what should she do with the dogs, because, you know, I ain't got time for no dogs. That was Frederick Passion. He loved those dogs. I said, yes, he do. I told her, I said, but I think if my husband died, I would not keep the dogs if I'm not going to be able to see about them. Because Frederick had the time to see about them and take them out of town, bring them to my house and ride them on the truck and, you know, take them out and spend time with them. She said she didn't have that kind of time. She asked me my opinion on what should we do. She also asked me, could I take some more time off to help clean out his closets? I was like, girl, I said, you got to give me some time. You know, I said, we can't do this like now, you know.
And when was this that she was asking if you would help clean out Frederick's closet?
During the week that I was there.
So this was before Frederick's funeral?
Yes. Yes, this was before the funeral. Because the funeral was that Saturday and I left that Sunday. I told her no. I don't know, boy. She can come back right now and clean out no clothes. And he got 2 closets full of clothes. Shoes, hats. Oh. No.
Okay. And is there anything else, ma'am?
No, I'm so sad about all of this. Because, you know, her being my sister-in-law for 17 years, I do love her, you know. But she took a good man from this world, and it was very unnecessary. So, I'm just trying to deal with all of that, you know. But
okay, well, thank you so much for talking to me. I'm sorry about your loss, man.
Thank you.
This interview is going to conclude at approximately 1:19 p.m. Today's date is Thursday, December the 7th. It is approximately 3:47 p.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is attempting to make phone contact with Yolanda Dean, brother of Frederick Dean.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Is this Miss Yolanda Dean?
Yes, it is.
Alright, this is Special Agent Montgomery. How are you today, ma'am?
I'm fine, and yourself?
I'm good. I have a couple of questions. Can you speak to me right now?
Yes, sir, I'm by myself.
Okay. I've been working on the interviews that I did with you and your brothers last Friday, and
yes, sir.
When I spoke to Darian, he said that when you talked to him, that you told him Constance said she heard a gunshot. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Okay, you don't?
Don't recall saying that.
Okay. Do you remember?
How could she hear a gunshot when she told me when she walked in the house, he was shot on the step? You know what I'm saying? That's what she was telling me.
Okay. So you don't remember telling that to Darian?
No.
Okay. So let's just go over what Constance said to you just one more time real quick.
Okay.
She said that she was taking that when she called, yes ma'am, she had taken Deborah plate and she got a text message from Frederick.
No.
She left that.
When she called me to inform me that Frederick was deceased, she said, Yogi, I just want to let you know, I just got home and I found Frederick dead on the step. I'm like, what? And she said, yeah, he shot himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, so she did not tell you that she had heard a gunshot?
No.
Okay. Alright, thanks so much for your time, ma'am. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Alright, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Alright, this phone contact is going to conclude at approximately 3:51 p.m.
Today is Friday, October 6th. It's approximately 2:30 p.m. This is going to be several attempts to make contact with Yolanda Dean, the sister of victim Freddie Dean.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep.
Oh, nice.
Your call has been forwarded to... Hello?
Hey, is this Yolanda Dean?
Yes, it is.
Hey, this is Agent Frederick with the Georgia Bureau Investigation. How are you?
I'm fine.
You are the sister of Frederick Dean, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You're the sister of Frederick Dean?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Hey, I am calling to ask you a few questions. Do you have a moment that you can talk to me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm clocking in right now, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, this shouldn't take but just a minute. We are trying to get some details about the day that that Frederick died. Had you spoken to him that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind telling me what you guys spoke about?
Well, he said, he was just asking me what was I doing, and I was going to Walmart, and we talked about that, and, he said he was feeling fine, and, we laughed and talked. There you go, ma'am. Just the normal conversation. You got a badge to get in there? Okay.
Was he having any kind of issues with his wife? Was he planning?
No, ma'am. Not that I know of, and I talk to my brother every day. I talk to him every day.
Was he planning on leaving her, or they had plans to separate, or issues with money? No. Like anything, any type of issues that might have arisen between him and somebody else, or?
Well, no, not that he told me about. I mean, there were some things going on at the church, but that wasn't a major issue. They was changing pastors, but I mean, that's one of the things he talked to me about. And but he never said anything about problems with his wife. And we conversated about her that day. I asked him, well, was she? Because that was during the storm, and we had power outages up here in Atlanta, and they had power outages down there in Butler. So, she said their power had just came back on, and she had went to take her sister a dinner plate, and he was at the house by himself. And, like I said, he sounded so fine to me.
Do you know what time was that conversation that you had with And that she was going to take her sister to dinner?
Hold on 1 minute. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone. She texted me at 11:07 that day, and we spoke about 12:30.
11:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And that was on...
Right. Yeah.
What day was that on?
The 12th.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah. September 12th at 11:07. He said, good morning. No power this morning. How y'all doing today? And when I left out my house around about 12 something, I called him. And we talked. We talked the whole while I was in Walmart, and I was headed back home before we got off the phone.
Okay. And you're saying, so he was saying that he, at that point in time, he was by himself? Because she was taking dinner to her sister?
I don't know if he was by himself at 11:07 when he texted me, but when I called him around 12 something, he was by himself.
And he said that Constance took dinner.
Okay, do you know, was she planning on taking dinner to her sister, like for lunch and dinner, or was that just going to be for lunch?
I'm not sure. Because their power had came back on, and her sister power was still out.
Did Frederick say that she was out taking dinner?
So I'm not sure if it was breakfast or lunch or dinner. I'm not sure.
Okay, but when you talk to him at 12, is there a way that you can look up that time? Like the 12 o'clock thing you talk to him?
What did you say?
Is it? Oh, you do? Okay, never mind. So the 12 o'clock call, though, when you were talking to him, Constance was already bringing dinner?
Gosh. Yeah, she was at her sister's.
She was at her sister's?
Uh-huh.
Did you talk to him
That's what he told me.
Okay. And then did you talk to him after that at all?
No.
So you didn't talk to him up until the point in time that you were notified that he was passed away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she called me and told me what happened.
Constance called you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She said, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Frederick shot himself in the chest and he's deceased.
Okay. Do you believe her? Was she acting normal?
Yeah, she was fine.
Do you think there's any way that she would have done this to him?
No. No.
Any family members down here in Butler?
I'm sorry to be talking to you about this, but we're just trying to make sure that we've got all of our, information. Does he have any other family down here close in Butler?
Ma'am?
Does he have any close family here in Butler?
No, we don't.
I thought they had a brother that lived.
Does he have he has a brother though, right?
Yeah, we have two other brothers.
And where are they at?
One in Macon and one in Pennsylvania.
Contact information for the one in Macon.
Can we have the contact information for your brothers? Would you give us their phone number?
Yes, one brother's name is Reginald. His phone number. But let me look that up to make sure. Hold on. Let me check my phone right quick.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
That's Reginald. And you want my oldest brother Darren's phone number?
Yes, ma'am. Darren, you said Darren?
Darren, Darren.
Okay. Alright.
Hold on one second. His phone number is
Okay. And can I have your date of birth, please? Okay, and then a good address for you? Okay. Have any other questions?
Does this look like somebody did this to him?
That's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're still trying to gather up all the details so that we can figure out what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, he had so much things he was in the process of doing. I just don't understand it. I mean,
is there anybody you can think of that would want to hurt him, or that he would want to hurt himself, or anything like that?
No. I mean, I didn't know that he would want to hurt himself, but you know, he had started just staying at home a little bit more, because he traveled a lot, because he was retired, and he'd be here in Atlanta anytime, and then he, you know, him and his wife would go out of town a lot, and, you know, for the last week or so, he hadn't really traveled anywhere, and, you know, and when I talked to him, it didn't seem like anything was wrong with him. He was talking normal. He wasn't talking down. This is just so unexplainable.
Okay.
Do you think any of the medicine he took could have made him have suicidal thoughts or something of that sort?
Well, it's definitely something that, you know, like a medical doctor would have to look into to see if anything that he was on could cause any of that. That's what, you know, we're just trying to get all of the details right now. Is there, if you could think of any reason why somebody would want to hurt him, what could you think of, pull any information from his life, any kind of reason, you know, money or an affair or anything, even if it's embarrassing, it's just something like we're trying to get to the absolute bottom of this.
Yeah, and I don't know of any reason anyone would want to have him. He helped so many people in the community. You know, he served at his church. He was good to his neighbors. You know, and I just don't understand if somebody would have wanted to hurt him. He was such a gentle soul.
Right.
Never argued, never did any of that. You know, so I don't know, and I really don't think his wife did it, because I don't even think she was home when he did it. But I don't know.
You said she was home when he did it?
She wasn't home. She came home. He texted her, "Don't come home."
Right.
So, you know, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we're gonna find answers. Don't worry about that. So we're gonna keep working on this, and the case agent on this case is Jared Coleman. And so as we get a little bit further, I'm sure he'll be getting in contact with you, and you know, if we need to call you again. Is this gonna be the best number to reach you at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, well, I greatly appreciate you talking to me. I'm sorry for your loss, and we'll be in touch soon, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye. Interview concluded at approximately 2:45 p.m.
Today's date is Wednesday, November the 29th. It is approximately 2:13 p.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located at the Taylor County Sheriff's Office in Taylor County, Georgia, pursuant to speaking to Investigator Christopher Smith.
I can go by Chris.
Okay. And your title now is Investigator?
It is.
Okay. And what was your title back in September?
Just a road deputy.
Okay. Alright, so do you remember September the 12th? It was a Tuesday?
I do.
Okay. And were you working on that date?
I was.
Okay. And what were you working?
I was working patrol.
Okay. Were you working morning or night shift?
I worked split.
Okay. So was that 12 to 12?
12 to 12.
Okay. And did you receive any calls of significance on that date?
Calls for service?
Yes.
Josh Harris, he actually received the call to go down to an address on Railroad Street in reference to, I believe it came out as a suicide.
Okay, and do you remember what time this was?
I don't know 100%.
Okay. Was it in the...
It was in the evening.
In the evening? Okay. Alright, and what do you remember about this call?
He received a call. Myself and Investigator Kane was at the fire department. Once he received the call, he said himself was en route, and also Paige Johnson with the Butler Police Department was en route. They was headed that way. Me and Kane started headed that way. When we turned on Railroad Street, there was a white vehicle in front of Kane. At the time, we didn't know who it was. Josh and Paige had already done went 23, they went on scene. The white car pulled in, Kane pulled in, and I pulled in right behind him. It was later identified, the person in the white car was identified as Deborah, which was Constance's sister. Kane got out, I got out. I was driving the, it was a F-150, I think it is. I think my car was in the shop or something, so it was just a plain Ford truck. Like I said, Kane gets out, I get out. Kane tells me to move her car because her car, the where it was parked at, was in front of the residence. So I'm going to get it a clear area to where EMS can pull into, or the ambulance if we needed to. He told me to move her car, so alright, so I hopped in her car, moved it up to the side over onto the other side of my truck.
Now, were the keys still in her vehicle, or did you obtain them from her?
I want to say they were still in her vehicle. She was already about, if not up at the porch, at least halfway up toward the porch.
Okay.
So I moved her vehicle and went up yonder to see if I can get any kind of assistance, if I could help Kane or anything, if they needed anything to find out what was going on. When I walked in, I seen it was Constance Dean. Mr. Dean Frederick, he was laid on the ground, not responsive for what I could see, wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. Kane was in there, Paige, and Josh Harris.
Okay, and what was Constance doing?
When I got there and I laid eyes on her, she was just standing there with her hands kind of out, just up, more like, she wasn't really doing a whole lot of doing anything. She wasn't crying or anything like that. It kind of seemed like she was nervous or scared or just didn't really know what to think. And then I do remember her saying, after Investigator Kane checked her pulse, or checked Frederick Dean's pulse, she said he's gone, and I think she walked away from him and then kind of turned back around. Just kind of walked away, turned back around, and kind of walked back over to him.
Okay. And do you remember what Constance was wearing at the time?
I don't 100%. It went, everything was going so fast, I didn't really pay that much attention to it.
Okay.
But if I want to say it was like a pinkish color shirt and maybe some Caprice blue jeans or something like that.
Okay.
But I'm not 100%.
Okay. Okay. So she had on gray, by the way. It wasn't
gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
Well, the reason I'm asking about her shirt is, did you note any blood or the presence of any other substances on the shirt that you could see or that you remember seeing?
Not at that point in time. I mean, it was later, and it was later after we got her out of the residence.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed. We figured out it was bile, but at the time it just was like a clearish yellowish color substance on her hands.
Mm-hmm.
But that was after we had got her out of the house.
Okay. And did she say anything to you, or did you have any interaction with her?
I did.
Okay.
This was after everything was said and done, not while we were in the house.
Mm-hmm.
She did tell me that she had a message on her phone from Frederick. And I told her that, okay, well, if you've got that message on your phone, then we're, you guys are going to need your phone. And I asked her if she didn't mind, I was going to take custody of it and have it with me. And she said she needed some phone numbers out of her phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay. I said, well, it won't be no problem. I got her her password for her phone. She voluntarily gave it to me. And I got the numbers out of the phone that she needed to call. And then I was wearing gloves at this point in time, handling her phone. And after I got everything, all the numbers that she needed, I put the phone in a paper bag,
mm-hmm.
and I marked it accordingly.
Okay. So you obtained consent from her to take possession of her phone?
I did.
Okay. And after that, did you have any interaction with her?
Other than just keeping, she said she needed her medicine.
Mm-hmm.
She said it was located inside of the residence. I want to say in the den area, I guess that's what you would call it.
And that was when you walk into the house, it appears to be like a formal living room,
mm-hmm.
and then there's the staircase where Frederick's body was found, and then there's another living room further into the house, right there on that right side.
Yes, it was the furthest. If you're looking dead at the front door,
mm-hmm.
it's the furthest up to the right room.
Okay.
But there was a pill bottle. She said there was a pill dispenser.
Mm-hmm.
You had your month or your days and stuff like that, bi-weekly or weekly.
Mm-hmm.
And she told me what kind of pill she was looking for, told me what it looked like. I told her I could not let her inside the residence, but if I think it was for, I want to say she said it was for anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
And of course I didn't want her going into any kind of panic attack or anything while we was out there and have another issue. So I told her I'd go in there and make sure when I walked in, I didn't step in any blood that was there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't disturb anything, went up there and got her pill from the pill dispenser. A single pill, took it back out there to her, and then I also watched her take it.
Okay. Now you got there, Josh Harris arrived first, and then it was Paige Johnson from Butler PD, right?
No, I'm not 100% sure who arrived.
Those were the two deputies. They were there before you were.
Mm-hmm.
Or those two?
That's correct.
Okay. And then it was Deborah, Constance's sister,
mm-hmm.
and Kane,
mm-hmm.
and then you arrived. After you went into the house and you saw what was going on, what actions did you take? Did you secure the scene? Did you do?
I secured the scene afterwards. After my primary goal was to make sure if he needed assistance to try to help out as much as possible.
Right.
Once Constance was in there, Deborah was in there, Kane, Wally, Paige, and all that was in there. So it was kind of tight,
mm-hmm.
And it was kind of packed out. So I couldn't go 100% all the way in. So my main goal was just make sure that it was clear for EMS
mm-hmm.
to get there. Of course, they know more about the medical field than I do. But if he needed some help, then I just wanted to make sure that I was there. So once Kane checked his pulse and said he didn't feel a pulse, and Constantine said, he's gone. About, I don't know how long it was after that fact, but David Wyndham pulled up.
Mm. And David Wyndham is EMS?
EMS.
Okay.
EMS. He pulled up, he walked in, was assessing the situation, and I was just kind of, if they needed help, I was there at this point in time, because we weren't 100% sure if he has already passed, he has already died or not, or if it was just shallow breathing. We weren't 100% sure what was going on.
Okay.
Now, when you entered the scene, you saw Frederick on the ground in front of the stairs, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you see any injuries on him?
I did.
Okay. Did you see any injuries on Constance?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't see any injuries at that point in time. It's just everybody was already in there. I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of it, I think Kane was kind of looking, just checking for the pulse. And at that point in time, I wasn't even sure if he had any injuries at that point in time. I mean, it could have been anything that I seen. I didn't see any type of. I didn't even observe until a little later on, after everything was kind of then settled down. We got her out, and that's when I noticed the blood on the steps and the blood at the bottom where he was laying at.
Okay. And you said that Deborah arrived right before you and Kane arrived. What did Deborah do on scene?
I want to say when she went in, if she did assist with CPR or anything, when I seen her, she was kind of comforting Constance. She was standing right beside her, to her left side, beside where Frederick Dean was laying at, and just kind of, it just seemed like she was just trying to comfort her.
Right. Did you have any interaction with Deborah?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Now, did you happen to see a gun at the time when you arrived on scene?
I didn't. It wasn't until David, he hooked up the heart monitor, and then he said that he didn't have any activity. Then he came back and said that there was a gun. I didn't see it at that point in time. He just told me there was a gun up under him.
Okay.
And it wasn't, and nobody has moved it. Nobody's done anything since. Eventually, after EMS checked them out, we had got Constance and all of them out, and Deborah, we got them out of the residence.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything I have not asked you about that you feel like you need to tell me about this event?
The only other thing that that I guess you said that who I interacted with was when I got there and did everything that I did. Josh had came out, and I also was the one who went. I went to my car and I got my tape out, my sheriff's office tape, and I taped off the scene with the assistance of Josh Harris. But when I first got there, I know I met with Josh, and Josh had came outside and he told me that he had some blood on his pants. And of course, I was like, oh man, you need to do something about that or whatever. And I said, you don't even have any gloves or nothing like that. And I was just, he was just telling me that he had blood on him and everything. And other than that, that was really about it.
Okay. Alright, this interview concludes at approximately 2:26 p.m. Alright, today's date is Friday, December the 1st. It's approximately 12:40 p.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located at the Taylor County Government Annex in Taylor County, Georgia, pursuant to speaking to Reginald Lundy regarding the death of his brother, Frederick. Alright. And so you're Frederick's brother. Are you his older brother or his younger brother?
No, I'm the youngest. Well, I'm in the middle.
Okay.
He's the baby, so I'm in the middle.
So you're older than Frederick?
Right.
Okay. Alright, and so going back to September the 12th, sir, how did you find out about Frederick's death?
I don't know what time it was. Constance called me, and she said, Red, I don't know how to tell you, but Frederick done shot and killed himself. I said, oh no, not Frederick. She said, yeah, she said, and she said something else I can't recall, but I said, I'm on the way. So I left and came down here, and when I got there, people was there blocked off, so we went in and talked to the sheriff, and he gave me, consult, say he was sorry, how he did, and so after a while she came up, and her and her sister and family was gathered, and she was telling me that she had cooked, and she went to take some plate somewhere, and while she was leaving going over there, he texted her and said, if I ever said anything or done anything to you, forgive me, I'm sorry, and don't come home. And after that, then sheriff came back up to talk to me, said they had called in GBI. And from there, we just waited around, and then I wanted to see him, so they told me we wouldn't be able to see him, so I came home. I had talked to while I was there. My sister called back, and then my brother talked to them.
Okay, now, when you were at Frederick and Constance's house, and you had that conversation with Constance, she said that she had cooked, and then she said she was taking a plate to somebody or to some people. Do you remember if she said it was one person or more than one?
She didn't say. She said she was taking some plates somewhere.
Okay.
Around the corner somewhere.
Okay, and then while she was gone, she got a text message, and it was from Frederick, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it said something to the effect of, if I've ever done anything, but don't come home.
Right.
And did she say what happened after that?
Yeah, she said when she got back, she opened the door and he was sitting on the steps. And she didn't say bleed or anything. She said he was sitting on the steps, and she tried to get in CPR, and she called 911 and her sister. And, she did. She said, I did all I could. Yeah.
Okay. And have you spoken to Constance much since then?
I talked to her prior to the funeral, coming up to the funeral. I talked to her once. And I was talking to her about the program and stuff, trying to get the arrangement together. And I asked her, I told her that I was going to have something in Macon at my house for our family and stuff, which we did. Then I asked her about the program, that I wanted to be on the program because we was like this, we family, and, everybody was looking for me to be on the program. But she told me that he didn't want no remarks. He just wanted singing. And then at the funeral, they said remarks, and then at the end she saw, and but
Okay, and you said that you had something at your house in Macon?
Yeah, in Macon.
Okay, and when was that?
That was that Thursday before the funeral.
Okay, so he died on Tuesday, and then
he died that Tuesday.
The 12th.
So 12th. So we had to go through, I think, the storm and Autopsy. So she had to make an arrangement the next week, I think.
Okay.
I think I had that Thursday.
So the Thursday would have been that next week. So it would have been around the 21st, something like that.
Yeah. Because we came down here on that Friday to funeral.
Okay. And so you had this gathering at your house on the 21st. Did Constance go to this?
She came later.
She came later?
Later. It started at 6. Then she got there about 8 something. And I invited the whole family. It wasn't like her. Invited the whole family. My sister was staying down there with her doing all this time. So then my sister came up early because I told her to come and help. We done some things. My brother was here from Philadelphia also. So we was getting things together and thought maybe they were going to come up earlier, to be there when it started. But she came by 8, something like that, and she came with a friend, a male friend.
Okay, and she came with a male friend? Do you know this friend's name?
Darrell. Say he's a friend of Frederick, all that. That's why,
Okay.
Going with what they tell me.
Right. And now, did Constance's sister come?
No one came.
No one from Constance's?
Right, no one from the family.
Okay.
And that was strange to us because whenever I have anything, they all come, They have something down here because we come down here every Thanksgiving to be with her family, bring food, so, just something.
And what was her mood like when she was there?
Ever since the ordeal happened, what happened, she kind of stayed out of my way, I guess for me not to ask anything, because she know I'm going to ask, really. But she kind of stayed, and she came in and spoke, I believe, and I didn't see her no more because she went back outside. And the next day I know she was gone. So she didn't stay long. She didn't stay long.
Okay. And talking about Frederick and Constance's marriage, did Frederick or Constance, either one, ever mention any problems that they were having in their marriage?
No, because it was like every time we were talking, it was always my wife. He had this thing about my wife. Yeah, I got to go and call my wife. Or I said, well, Frederick's spending the night. He would come from Atlanta, coming from, I think he's in with the tax thing down here, voting registration. He would stop by the house and we'd be late sometimes. So you gonna spend the night? No, I gotta go home with my wife. It was always my wife, everything, my wife or her best friend, stuff like that. But it was nothing indicate, because he's the one, if it was something, he would have said, I believe.
So Frederick was the kind of person that if there was an issue,
he would
tell everybody.
Right, he would tell me. Definitely, I know he would tell me. Because me and him would pray about it, that kind of situation. I'm going through this, we would pray about it, and, he's the kind of person every morning you get a text from him. Everybody got a text from him,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everybody got a text from him. He does a right man, Nothing, I would never thought this day would have been like this, no. Right, never.
And so, let's talk about, it was originally reported as a suicide.
Yeah.
And how did that seem to you, knowing your brother?
Yeah, when I first heard it, I knew it wasn't true. When she called and told me that, I told her, oh no, Frederick, no, and I was saying, that's why I told her I was on my way, because I know that's not him. When we get together, we always together, but he just enjoyed his family, and it was nothing. I can look on their face to know that, a problem is going on, the way he sit or the way he act to me, I would pick it up.
Right.
And he would tell me, he said, well, and then maybe some days, he would go home, suitcase be on the bed, she would call to sister of me, y'all going anywhere? Something like that. But as I'm mad at Constant, this and that, I never heard that out of how many years it been. Yeah, never.
And so, why is it to you that your brother would not have committed suicide?
You said why? What?
Yeah, why would he have not have?
Because it just to me, it just don't ring. It's just nothing that he would think about. We talked years or sometime as family gathering or whatever, we would talk, and that would never be on our mind because of the teaching that we had about God.
So because of his religious beliefs and his upbringing.
Right. That this wouldn't have, I remember he had went to sleep one time, waking up, what's wrong, or something that sort. But as a suicide, no, it never registered. It never registered.
No. Okay. Now, did you know about any life insurance that Frederick had, or did he have a lot of money?
Well, no, he didn't have money. He was as he could say, he was on a fixed income. He got a check every month.
Because he was retired?
Retired, yeah, from his job. He retired, so he would tell everybody retired would make me mad because I have to work. So he said, I'm retired, tell people. So he wasn't and I remember during the time of his life, he was saying that he had policy. We was taught to get policy anyway, insurance, life insurance. But as to say, I remember one time he was told me about, they did have a financial place that he tried to give me a card about this person or place and want to arrive in. About, I wasn't interested because I already have that, in place. So, but as broke or nothing, I don't know. But I think he always had, money. Yeah.
Okay, but you said he had told you that he had a financial, either an advisor or a planner.
Yeah, planner.
Okay,
planner.
And that was
tried to get me to get it. Yeah.
Okay, and that was in Warner Robins, Georgia.
Warner Robins, Georgia.
Okay, and he talked about that he did have life insurance because that was something.
Yeah, that we always would have anyway, because we've been through with family that didn't have it. We always had to come out of pocket because we just buried our last uncle here in February, March of this year, and we had to go through, financial thing, getting up and this and that. But thank be to God it worked out. And then like on this morning, yesterday, his aunt passed. Our aunt passed. So you know, we just keep going through. You know, and then on top of this is so.
All right. Now, is there anything that I have not asked you about, either about your brother or Constance or their marriage or anything else that you feel is relevant that you need to tell me that I haven't asked you about?
Well, basically, no. He lived his life. You know, we lived our family. Well, it was nothing like we got into each other's business that deep. But if things occur, you know, something like this occur or this, he couldn't tolerate or take it. Cause I never did see no kind of emotion that if you know, no, it wouldn't have been.
Okay. No. All right, and I just have one last question. Now, when you said you immediately went to Frederick and Constance's house after Constance called you.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like when you got there? How was she acting?
She just came up to me and, you know, hugged as she normally do, and she just began to talk and tell me what happened again. As she said on the phone, she didn't give me all the detail on the phone, but when I got there, she told me, you know, she had texts and came back and found him on the stairs. She tried to do CPR. She called, you know, 911 and her sister, and I just did all I could. That's what it was. So, and she wasn't like, you know, hysterical or crying or nothing like that. It just, you know, then she went and her sister, they went on back over to the other group as they do, they group up. So, and I just waited, people, you know, talk about it. I just waited to listen to the sheriff and them, but no.
Okay. I thank you so much for your time, and I'm sorry for your loss. This interview is going to conclude at approximately 12:53 p.m. Alright, today's date is Wednesday, November 29th. It is approximately 11:39 a.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located at City of Butler Police Department in Butler, Georgia. Speaking to Officer Paige Johnson regarding the death of Frederick Dean on September the 12th. Alright, now, were you working on September the 12th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what shift were you working?
Night shift.
Okay.
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. And did you get a call to respond over to an address on Railroad Street?
Deputy Josh Harris got the call, and I backed him up because it came out as a gunshot.
Okay. Alright. And what do you remember about this call?
You mean as it came out as, or tell you what happened?
Both.
It came out as a man had shot himself, self-inflicted.
Okay.
I got, let's see, a call come out, and on Railroad Street I got behind the deputy, Josh Harris. We turned in, and he pulled up and jumped out the car, so I pulled off to the right, out of the way. And he was at the doorsteps, knocking on the door when I got out of the car. About the time I got to the doorsteps, I heard a female say, "Come on in," and she come to the door and opened the door.
She said, "Come on in"?
Yeah, and she did come to the door and open the door for us.
Okay. And
Alright, and
did she identify herself? Or do you know her name?
Not me. Her name was Constance.
Okay. Alright, and what happened after that?
We went in, and Frederick Dean, the victim, was laying on the staircase.
Okay.
They say it was about 4 steps up, I believe.
Now, was he face up?
He was face up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember what position his arms were in?
They were just down beside him.
So they're at his sides?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what happened after that?
She said to help her get him down on the floor to do CPR. So she grabbed his legs, and Deputy Harris grabbed his upper body, and they put him down on the floor. She attempted to do CPR, but it appeared inadequate. Like, she was standing, okay, but he lay down on the floor, she was standing over his body, like, pushing down. And her sister came in, Deborah. She pulled up right after us.
Okay.
So when she got in, she started doing mouth to mouth.
And did she and Constance say anything?
And then he was a deputy at the time, Deputy Cobb, and they pulled up, and he checked for a pulse, and then I went outside.
So, Deputy Cobb checked for a pulse. Did he find one? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I know he checked twice, though.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. And then you said you went outside?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were inside, did you go back inside the house?
Later, after y'all got there.
Okay. When you were inside the house, did you happen to see a gun?
Yeah, it was on the floor at the bottom of the staircase. And when they pulled him down off of the staircase, he was actually laid on it.
Okay. And do you happen to remember what kind of gun it was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it a long gun or a handgun?
It was a handgun.
Okay. But you do remember seeing it. Was it laying... Where was it laying in relative to his body? Was it at the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah, it was at the very bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
And it would have been to the left of his body. Because when they pulled him down, it was up on his left side.
And when you say to the left of his body, you mean since he was facing the bottom of the stairs, he would have been closest to the living room, perhaps? Okay. Okay. And what was Miss Dean's demeanor?
I mean, she seemed calm to me. She wasn't frantic or anything. She did, when Cobb reached down the second time and checked his pulse, she stood up and said, "Oh, he's gone," and she turned around and walked off. So she would have walked back into the living room.
Okay. And was she calm the entire time that you were there?
Yeah, she was calm.
Okay.
Like I said, she wasn't frantic or anything.
Alright, now, did she cry or show or seem distressed?
Not at first. I mean, later she started crying.
Okay. And when was this? Was she still inside the residence?
I think she had already went outside. Her and her sister walked out.
Okay. And did anyone go with them?
They walked out the back door.
The back door?
When, the side door that comes out the side of the house. They walked out that door when, I believe, they didn't come back through the front door.
Okay. Alright, did you happen to go to the side door at any point? Okay. Alright, so they went outside the residence.
Mm-hmm.
And was the crime scene established at that point, or were you setting up crime scene tape? So were they asked to, leave the crime scene at that point?
No, they were taken over to one of the vehicles over to the side. I'm pretty sure it was his sister's vehicle.
Okay.
And they sat her in there.
And was anyone from law enforcement with them?
Once they got to the vehicle, I believe it was Smith stood with them.
Alright, and is Smith a deputy?
Mm-hmm. Deputy Smith.
Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. Okay.
Alright. And is there anything else that you remember about the event that I haven't asked you about?
The female EMT went with her to the backyard to, for her to change.
Okay, so you collected her clothing?
The EMT did and gave it to one of the deputies.
Okay. And now, when you arrived, did you note anything about Constance's clothing? Did she have blood on her clothes?
She did. She did. She had blood splatter on the front of her shirt.
You say, did it appear as if she'd wiped her hand on her shirt, or?
Not at the time it happened.
Not at the time. But later did it appear? Or did you see her wipe blood on her shirt at any point?
I didn't.
Okay. You just saw blood spatter on the front of her shirt. Okay. Do you remember what kind of shirt it was?
I don't.
Okay. Was there anything else about her appearance? Did she have blood anywhere else that you remember?
She did have some on her hands.
Okay. Alright. And what injuries did you see on Frederick Dean? Or do you remember seeing any injuries to him?
At first I only saw, it appeared as one gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw, that was in the side over here.
Okay, so on his right side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you see any more injuries? Okay. Was there a lot of blood coming from that injury?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
Much at all.
Alright, is there anything else? Okay. Alright, this interview concludes at approximately 11:51 a.m. Alright, today's date is Friday, December the 1st. It's approximately 12:51 p.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located in the Taylor County Government Annex in Taylor County, Georgia, pursuant to interviewing Darian Lundy. Now, we're speaking in reference to the death of Frederick Dean. Mm-hmm. How did you know Mr. Dean?
Frederick was my youngest brother. He's my baby brother.
Okay. So you're the oldest brother?
I'm the oldest brother. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you and Frederick speak a lot?
Yeah, we text a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, we text a lot. Yeah. He send me a spiritual message almost every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And going back to September the 12th, how did you become aware that he had...
My sister Yoki,
mm-hmm.
Yolanda Dean, she called me and told me a little bit after 9:30 that she said he had committed suicide. Right when she told me, I didn't believe it. Mm-hmm. She told me about the detail about Constant. Said she had took somebody some food and she got a text message from him about don't come home or something, but I love you or something. When she got there, she heard a gunshot, and she opened the door. He was there. He was, and she tried to give him CPR and stuff, and he didn't make it. So that's the way I got it from Yoki, and that what it was.
Okay. And you said she called after 9:30. Yeah, 9:30 in the evening.
Yeah, in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said that you heard that he had, or the original statement was that you had heard he had committed suicide, and you didn't believe that.
No.
Why is that?
Cause we didn't grow up like that. We didn't. The way we grew up, it wasn't. We grew up with our grandmother, our mother, and our aunt, and we wasn't like the religious family where we believe in God, and we didn't believe in stuff like that. We had some serious problem like that. We would talk about it or something like that or something. We just didn't. That wasn't in our life. That wasn't part of our lifestyle or nothing like that to commit suicide or hurt ourselves or nothing like that.
Okay, so what you're saying is based on his raising and his religious beliefs. Suicide would not.
That wouldn't have never came up.
Okay.
That wouldn't have never came up.
All right. Did you, when you heard about Frederick's death, did you come down to Georgia?
Yeah, I came down the following Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I flew from because I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So I told my job what was going on, and they gave me time off, and I flew in that following Wednesday, and I stayed until that following Tuesday.
Okay. And did you have any interactions with Constance during this time?
Yeah. Well, we text each other when I left to come down,
mm-hmm.
and I saw her on that. I saw her on. I remember that. I saw her on. Let me see. It was the 12th. I came down on the 20th. Sure, what the 23rd. I saw her on. I actually saw her on the 21st at my brother Reginald house. My brother Reginald had a dinner for Frederick, and we just talked briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Just talked briefly because she wasn't there alone, and we just talked briefly about sticking together as a family and stuff, and basically that was it. That was it.
Okay.
And then I talked. Then Friday on the 22nd, I went up to her and Frederick home,
mm-hmm.
and where she had a fish fry for Frederick. Family members and stuff like that, and once again we just talked about sticking together as a family and stuff. We're gonna get through this and stuff like that. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the day of the funeral, the 23rd, we took pictures together and stuff, and we talked off and on. And then after the funeral, she came outside and sat down with me, and and we just kept saying we're gonna stick together as a family and stuff. Just the way Frederick was wanted and stuff. And she didn't know why he did this to himself, and she tried to give him CPR, and he took his last breath in her arms, and that was the last time I talked to her until we got ready to leave, and we told each other goodbye that same night,
mm-hmm.
September 23rd. We hadn't talked. The next day, I think it was the next day, I texted her because we had took a lot of pictures, mm-hmm. and I can't send pictures through a text message.
Right.
So she sent me her email address, and I sent her most of all the pictures that I took through my email. So that's the last time I officially corresponded with her or something like that. Yeah.
And now, in any of these conversations, did anything she say stick out to you in your mind?
No, nothing. Just that conversation where she had me on the day of the funeral about he took his last breath and all that, and and I was, back of my mind is that my brother didn't commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
back in my mind, it just wouldn't. I'm thinking maybe somebody might have came in his house and overpowered him and shot him. That's what I'm thinking. In my heart, Frederick didn't kill himself. And my heart too was saying that Constance didn't do this either. But looking at all the conversation, talking about journey and stuff, and the evidence that y'all had got, she did this to my brother. And I really feel that she did this.
And now, when you spoke to Constance, you said that it was Yolanda that originally told you that Frederick had died.
Yeah.
Did Constance call you?
No, she never called me.
Okay.
She never called me. Yeah, she never called me.
Okay, so the next time that you spoke to her, you said was when you saw her on the 21st.
Right.
What was her demeanor like?
She was how would I say, she didn't seem like she was like sad or nothing like that. She just seemed like she was, I wouldn't say she was upbeat, but she was, she always quiet and stuff, but she was, I don't even know how to put it in a word. I don't even know how to put it in a word. I said she wasn't upbeat, she wasn't sad, but she was, I know she wasn't sad because, she didn't stay long anyway. She came in the house and spoke to everybody. And, I don't even really know what the word for it. What kind of word, what can I say? I wouldn't say she was laid back either. She was, like, I don't even know how to say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know.
But you said she wasn't sad.
No, she wasn't sad.
But no, she wasn't upbeat.
No, she wasn't upbeat. She wasn't sad.
Okay.
No.
All right. And now, speaking about Constance and Frederick's marriage, did Frederick or Constance either tell you about any problems that they had?
No, Frederick brought my brother Reginald, the middle boy. He brought Reginald up to Lancaster, Pennsylvania for Reginald's birthday in August. Reginald's birthday was August 5th. They came up from August 4th to August 7th. So we hung out August 5th, August 6th, and they left the morning of the 7th. So, Frederick, we were just talking and stuff, and cause I got some stuff going on in my personal life, and he was like, you need to go and get your divorce, and if you're gonna be with this woman and do it right and stuff. I said, yeah, you're right. He said, I haven't. He said, I love my wife. He said, been married 16 years. I ain't never strayed away from my marriage, and I'm proud to say that. And I remember him saying that. I said, you know what? I said, I'm proud of you too. He said, you gonna get it together. I said, I'm gonna get it together. Yeah, that was it. It wasn't no, if him and Constance were having like major problems where it's gonna lead to a separation or a divorce, he would have told me. He would have told me. He would have said, big brother, this ain't working. I done tried. I done turned over to the Lord. I done talked to church people. It just ain't gonna work. He would have told me. He would have told all of us. Yeah.
And I know that you said that suicide was not an option. But if he felt down or I guess depressed, is that something that he would have shared with y'all as well?
Yeah, he would have told us. Okay. Yeah, he would have told us. Yeah.
And did he ever say anything about being depressed?
No. No. Frederick was so humble. He wouldn't. No. I mean, he met my girlfriend for the first time. They had talked on the phone before, but she actually met her, man. They hit it off, and I mean, this right here really hit her, cause she met Frederick just them 2 days, man, and she just, oh man, she's your brother. Oh my God, I mean, this really hit her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, because she said, your brother's so humble. I said, I told you. I said, he wouldn't hurt an ant. He just, just where he was. Freddie been like that all his life. Freddie wouldn't fight. Called the old. I just tried to make Freddie fight. Freddie wouldn't fight. I said, why you won't fight? I just don't want to fight. Then he looks like, I said, why you look like that? He's because I'm going to fight. You going to beat me up. I said, I'm not going to beat you up because I love you. Yeah, he was so humble, man. Yeah.
Alright, and is there anything that I haven't asked you about that you feel like you need to tell me?
No.
I just thought of one more question. Did you know if your brother or Constance were having any issues with money or financial things?
No. He was doing pretty good. Frederick always been a type of guy that budget his stuff and didn't try to live beyond his means and stuff like that. He wasn't. He always been like that.
Okay, and do you know about any life insurance policies that you have seen?
No.
Or okay.
Yeah. I ain't really know nothing about that. We didn't really discuss stuff like that. Yeah, we didn't really discuss stuff like that. Yeah, we would say, we getting older. We need to start looking at like insurance. We would say that just cutting up and stuff. I'd be like, man, I ain't getting old, man. I'll be alright and stuff like that. Right? Yeah, something like that. Just talking. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
All right. The interview is going to conclude at approximately 12:38 p.m. Today's date is Wednesday, November the 29th. It's approximately 11 a.m. Special Agent Will Montgomery is located in Taylor County, pursuant to speaking to Josh Harris of the Taylor County Sheriff's Office regarding the death of Frederick Dean. All right. And your official title is Deputy Sheriff, right?
Yes.
All right. On September the 12th, were you working that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you work night shift?
Yes.
All right. And what time do you come into the shift?
6 p.m.
All right. Are they 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
All right. And did you get any calls to respond to an address on Railroad Street?
Yes.
All right. And what was that call for?
Got a call that there's a subject been shot in the chest. Been shot.
All right. And about what time was this at that you got the call?
Probably I'm gonna say between 6 and 7. I'm thinking, because I hadn't been long got to work.
Okay.
I didn't even look at the time when it come in.
All right, and after you got the call, how long did it take you to get to the address on Railroad Street?
Probably 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay.
If that long, because I was right there in town.
Okay. And were you the first person on scene?
Me and Officer Paige Johnson from the Butler Police Department.
All right, and now, did you arrive at the address first, or did you pull in behind her?
I think I pulled in behind her.
Okay.
She might have come in. I don't remember.
All right, and when you got to the house, which door did you go to?
To the front door.
The front door?
Yes.
All right, and
I just went to the side of the house because I saw the porch that said the side door was open.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed it was shut too.
Okay.
I went to the front door.
Now was the front door open or closed?
It was closed.
It was closed?
Yes.
All right, and did you try the door?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And did someone open the door?
Yes, Miss Dean did.
Miss Dean. All right, and did you notice anything when she opened the door?
Not right off. She just, when I knocked on the door, I knocked the sheriff's office,
mm-hmm.
and she come and opened the door.
and she said he was laying on the stairs. So I went in to the right. He was laying up on the stairs on his back.
Did you hear anything when she opened the door? Or
Sounded like the door unlocked.
So it sounded like a deadbolt or more of a And when you entered the residence, could you see Mr. Dean's body?
Not till I made it, because the door opened.
It opens, kind of obscure your view of him.
Obscure the view of it until I come around it.
Now, was he alive when you arrived on scene, or do you remember?
I believe he was.
You believe he was?
Yes.
Okay. And what position was he laying in?
He was laying up on the stairs on his back.
So he was on the stairs?
Yes. Head up toward the top.
Okay. And do you remember where his arms were? Were his arms up or to his sides?
I want to say it was to his side.
Okay.
I want to say it. I think. I'm trying to think of that.
Okay. And now, were his feet on the landing or like on the
stairs?
His feet were on the stairs too.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw him?
Well, when I went in and got around there where I could see what's going on, she asked me to help her get him down off the stairs and get him on the floor. So I stepped up on one of the stairs, I think it's like the bottom step, and reached him, grabbed him, and she grabbed the other side, and I grabbed one side and pulled him down.
So you grabbed one side of his body, and she grabbed the other side, and you pulled him down to that the little landing right before that you go up the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And now when you pulled him down off the stairs, was he still on his back or was he on his stomach?
He was on his back.
He was on his back still?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that the call was to a person that had been shot.
Yes.
Did you see any guns when you entered the residence?
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. And did you see a gun at any point during this initial response?
It was later, till after they had found it was under his body.
Okay. But you didn't see the gun until?
No.
Okay. All right. So, did Miss Dean make any statements to you other than asking to help you move his body off the stairs?
The only other thing she said was, we need to start CPR on him. And at that time, she started CPR.
She said we needed to start CPR?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And you said that Officer Paige Johnson from the Butler Police Department was there?
Yes.
Did anyone else arrive on scene after y'all?
Investigator Kane Cobb did.
Okay. And did anyone else?
I remember, let's see, seeing him, David Wyndham with the EMS arrived on scene.
Was there anyone that wasn't law enforcement other than Miss Constance?
Her sister arrived on scene.
Constance's sister, Deborah?
Yeah.
And when did Deborah arrive on scene? Do you remember?
It was just before Investigator Cobb got there.
So it was right before
Yeah.
Investigator Cobb arrived?
Yeah. Right. She was coming in and then he come up shortly thereafter.
Okay. And when Deborah arrived, what did she do?
she was started talking to Constance and they was talking about getting the CPR. They both, I think them two is actually the one that done the CPR.
Okay. And did you notice Deborah saying anything to Constance other than about CPR?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Did you see Deborah move anything inside the house or pick anything up?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Now, do you remember Constance saying anything about a gun?
No.
Okay. Did she say anything about a phone or her phone? Okay. Alright. And did you write a report on this?
Yes.
Okay. And do you happen to have a copy of that with you?
No.
Or is it at the sheriff's office?
The sheriff's office.
Okay. Now, do you remember what Deborah was driving?
I didn't see what she was driving.
You didn't, because you were already inside the house? Okay. And as Deborah and Constance were doing CPR, what did you do?
I just stood back.
Okay.
Kind of back towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because about that time, that's when investigator Carl come in. I just kind of released everything and let him take over.
Okay. Now, is there anything that I have not asked you about that you remember about that night?
I think that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think
Okay.
of anything else.
Was anyone present wearing any sort of audio or video recording?
No.
Or at least none that was active?
Yeah.
Okay. Either you guys got anything?
Yeah, one thing, Josh, when you grabbed him and you and her concentrating, pulled him off the stairs, where did you grab him at?
That's what I'm trying to think. I think, if I'm mistaken, because when I stepped up, I grabbed like one arm and then maybe like his pants and pulled down, because I remember getting the pants I had on was a pair of khaki pants.
Right.
I had blood all over them. I'm thinking.
So which side were you on?
Were you closest?
When I was looking, like this is the stairs, I'd have been on my left side, which would have been his right side.
Okay, so facing the top of the stairs, you were on the left side, and if you're facing down the stairs, it would be the right side.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was closest to the front door.
Yes.
All right. And you said you think you grabbed his pants and one of his arms?
Yeah, his arm and his pants, because I remember when I got him pulled down and everything got settled, I remember having a big old blood stain.
Okay.
Blood on my pants. And having some on my hand that I got. Wasn't much, but.
You have gloves on? Okay.
Alright. Anything else? Alright. This investigative act concludes at approximately 11:12 a.m. Today's date is Wednesday, November the 29th. It's approximately 11:14. Special Agent Will Montgomery, along with Taylor County Sheriff's Office investigators Chris Smith and Wally Carpenter, speaking to Deputy Josh Harris. Alright, Deputy, we remembered one thing that we were going to add. What injuries did you note to Mr. Dean when you arrived?
Having blood up here in his chest area.
Okay.
Like it'd been a gunshot.
Okay. Now, what was Mr. Dean wearing?
Oh Lord.
Did he have a shirt on?
Yeah, he had on a shirt. Yeah.
So there was blood on the shirt.
Yes.
That you saw.
Yes.
All right. And did you see any wounds other than what you believe to be a gunshot wound to his upper middle chest area?
That's the only one I've seen at the time.
Okay. Later, did you see any other injuries?
Yes, I saw the one that he had, like in his arm.
Okay.
Area, but that, like I said, that was extremely later.
All right. And do you remember what Constance was wearing?
I know she had on a shirt, but what I do not remember.
Okay. Did she have blood on her shirt at the time?
You know, I don't know. I didn't notice.
And how was she acting when you were there?
When I first got there, she was acting kind of frantic, and then it was just like the mood changed. It went to like a calm. I mean, I was like, it was kind of confusing because, you know, when I first got there, she was kind of frantic and panicked, and then it just all of a sudden it changed to, okay.
She was very calm.
Yeah.
And that struck you as odd.
Yeah.
And did she cry a lot?
Hmm?
Did she cry at all?
I don't even remember her crying.
Okay. And Deborah, when she arrived, how did Deborah act?
She was a little frantic, but it was not like Miss Dean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, okay, you know, something happened, and then it kind of changed in the process too.
But you said Constance, when you first got there, she was very frantic.
Yeah, she was frantic, you know, like, oh my God, he shot himself, and then as everything went along, it's just like, it come down, and she's just like, okay. Like a normal person.
She was very matter of fact about it.
Yeah.
She didn't seem distressed after the initial contact. Okay. But she did say that Frederick shot himself.
Yes.
Okay.
You said you didn't see the gun initially?
No, I didn't see the gun initially. I didn't really look because when I went in and when I rounded the door, she was like, "Hey, help me get him down." So I just concentrated on helping her get him down off the stairs. So.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind, when you said Will asked you when you got there, do you think he was alive or already deceased?
I think he was still alive.
What makes you say that?
Because I did see him like he was breathing. Some, I mean, you know, wasn't much.
But you saw the rise and fall, like a breath reflex, perhaps.
Yes. It might have been, you know, he was taking the. I know sometimes when somebody dies, it take that last,
right,
and then you know your chest or whatever move. Now that could have been.
But you saw a breath.
Yes.
Okay. And did he say anything?
No.
Okay. There was you didn't see any motion from him other than maybe his chest rising and falling a little?
Yes.
Okay. And did Constance mention a gun at any point?
No.
Okay.
What Deborah?
Okay. Neither one of them mentioned it.
All right. And did you happen to see any cell phones or house phones on the scene?
I remember, I think it was Deborah got her phone out, or had a phone at some point. But that's kind of after everything is settled. And
okay. And that was after EMS had arrived and the scene had been secured?
Yes. Okay.
Was she still inside the house when she was on her phone?
Yes.
She was still inside the house? Yes. Okay. Was she like texting? Do you know, or was she like speaking to someone on the phone?
I think she was scrolling looking for contact, but she might have been texting. I mean, I didn't really pay that much attention, but I noticed, like she had the phone like she might have been looking for something or somebody to call.
But she wasn't like speaking on the phone verbally. She could have been doing something else with it. Okay.
One last thing. After backup got there, and it got there fairly quickly, it sounds like. What was done as far as crime scene control?
Kane arrived on scene, and that's when we started. He said, we need to. He got on the phone and went direct and made a phone call. I don't know if it was calling y'all or who. I didn't pay that no attention, and then that's when he said, we need to get everybody and let's put up crime scene tape and everything.
But as far as you know, being one of the first ones there, it was only law enforcement, EMS, Constance, Miss Deborah, were the only ones that actually went inside the house.
Yes.
And now, so you didn't see anyone else in the residence at that time, and Constance didn't mention anyone else potentially having been in there?
No.
Okay.
It sounded like the door was unlocked.
It sounded like she unlocked the door. Okay. And you said you looked at the side door, but it was closed, so you didn't try to go through.
When I pulled up, I noticed, and when I pulled up, I could tell the front door was shut, and I saw the side door. I said, okay. When I went to the side of the house, I said, it gets shut, I'm thinking.
So both doors were shut?
Yeah, I was thinking, if somebody had been shot, you'd at least have one door open so you wouldn't have to stop and knock, and you just come on in. And like I said, both doors were shut, and I went to the side and looked. Then I went back to the front and we went, knocked on the door.
Okay. And then, let's see.
Yeah.
Did any initial responding law enforcement officers go to the side door, or did Deborah come in through the side door, or did everyone come in through the front door that you recall?
Everyone come in through the front door, as I recall.
Okay. All right, and how many dead bodies have you responded to before, Deputy?
Oh my God, I don't know. Been doing it for 24 years. So.
Was this your first one that you had responded to? So have you responded to more than one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been, I don't know. It's been a heat.
Okay. So this was not something new, and the response from law enforcement was, you knew what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Anything else?
Going back to your experience in responding to calls such as this, is there the demeanor of Constance and other instances you worked at, did it coincide with each other, or?
Oh no, I used to work in, I just give you an example, worked in Montezuma, police department, worked down there for eight and a half years, and went to a shooting down there, and the folks was yelling and screaming and falling out, and she was like, and when Constance, Miss Dean, she was like, frantic, but then, it was not this it's not normal from what I have experienced in my years of.
So in your experience, she behaved much differently than the normal responses from the people that you have previously responded to calls that have had loved ones injured or killed?
Yes.
Okay.
So, is that something, is that good?
Yeah.
Cause that's, I've seen folks act a lot worse, screaming and yelling and hallelujah and praise the Lord.
But, in your experience, most people are not as calm, I believe is the word you used. Are people normally that calm when you respond? to dead bodies?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No.
Alright. I can't think of anything else. Alright.
No, I've got one thing.
Okay,
when you stepped up, when Miss Constance had you help pull him down off the stairs, did you have to step up on the stairs to pull him down?
Yeah, I stepped up on the first rung of the step.
Just
the bottom stair.
Yeah, the bottom stair.
Okay. And that was so you just put your left foot up on that one and was able to keep your right one on the.
No, it's kind of like I stepped up with both feet to
pull.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, this investigative act concludes at approximately 11:25 a.m.